Those at the back of the class, there's space in front here. Always wanted to do that.
Menu. It was showing over here.
Good to go. Good to go. Why not? No. Yeah. To those who want to come and sit in the center here, please feel free. It's not reserved or anything. So Alaika and Natasha would like some company if you're interested. All right. Okay, thank you, everybody. We will now commence. Good evening, everybody. Very welcome to you all. To those who have rushed from offices, fields, the labs, other provinces, countries, or even the traffic on the N3, we see you and we appreciate you all. And we applaud you for your commitment. To those online, I extend a special welcome as well. Just to remind everybody, tonight's proceedings are being broadcast online and is also being recorded. Okay. Tonight, we're celebrating something truly special. 75 years of agricultural engineering excellence at the University of Natal. 3/4 of a century of innovation, grit, dirty boots, and trying to convince our fellow engineering fraternities for the millionth time that no, we are not farmers. Agricultural engineering is so much more than tractors, pipes, or even the style guide, Prof. Smithers. It's about feeding the nations, conserving resources, and developing smart water and energy systems and creating technology that keeps the world running. So tonight, we're here to honor the brilliance of our profession, the perseverance of problem solving, the late nights, and the deep love for a challenge. We're here to celebrate where it all began for many of us in this room, how far we've come, and the extraordinary future we hope to engineer together. My name is Pranesh Mudli, and I'm a proud UKZN alumnus. I'm also the current president of the South African Institute of Agricultural Engineers, and it's my absolute pleasure of welcoming you here tonight for this unforgettable evening. With respect to the format of tonight's proceedings, we basically have 4 sessions, which are emceed by separate people and speakers who will be introduced from time to time. Thereafter, after each session, we will proceed with starters. After session 1, with obviously your main course. After session 2, dessert by session 3, and hopefully some dancing after session 4. Just want to thank the cameraman for the job they're doing tonight and everybody else that's here. In terms of housekeeping, can I please ask everybody to please turn your cell phones to silent, or even better, to flight mode, in case somebody's trying to contact you. I point out that the bathrooms are to my left and along the corridor, and again to the left. You'll find the bathrooms there. Food will be served as a buffet-style arrangement, and it's out in the foyer to my left here. Soft drinks are available together with the cash bar, and juices will be served with your main meal. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker has a PhD in civil engineering from the University of Liverpool. He's currently a director at the KZN Department of Transport Research, chair in sustainable transportation. He's the academic leader of the cluster, civil engineering, agricultural engineering, construction studies, and surveying engineering. Prof. Mustafa is a representative of the Dean of Engineering at UKZN and will be opening the function for us tonight. Can I ask you to please put your hands together for Prof. Mustafa?
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Is it evening already? Okay, good. Assalamu alaikum. Siabunga. Regards to Mr. Reinders, Professor Obara, Mr. Moodley, South African Institute of Agriculture Engineers Council members, university leaders and colleagues, alumni, students, and friends. Welcome to UKZN. All protocol observed. On behalf of the Dean of Engineering, he couldn't be present here today. It gives me great honor to welcome you all to this very special occasion, the 75th anniversary of the discipline of agriculture engineering at University of KwaZulu-Natal. Anyone here who is older than 75 years? Congratulations, guys. So you win. Can we please greet them all? Thank you. Thank you for being here. So 75 years is really a remarkable milestone. It represents generations of dedication, innovation, and service. Today, we celebrate not only the progress we have made, but also the people and partnerships that have made this journey possible. When this discipline was established in the mid-20th century, and we have some witnesses here, it has driven by a clear and practical vision. It was to utilize engineering to support agriculture, help farmers produce more efficiency, protect natural resources, and enhance livelihoods. In those early years, the training of students focused strongly on agricultural machinery and the design and development of farm tools, as well as soil and water conservation and irrigation engineering. Students learned how to design, construct, and maintain equipment that could improve farming operations, manage water resources effectively, and reduce manual labor. This strong foundation in practical and resource-oriented engineering skills shaped the early identity of the program and laid the groundwork for future innovation. Someone said you are not farmers? Maybe. Over time, now we are moving away from farming. The discipline has grown tremendously, both in scope and in depth. Today, agricultural engineering at University of KwaZulu-Natal includes almost all major areas of specialization. These include food engineering, post-harvest technology, and supply chain logistics, as well as irrigation and water management, soil conservation, renewable energy, and environmental engineering. So basically a bit of everything. So the complete engineers. The discipline is also expanding rapidly to integrate the knowledge and tools of the fourth industrial revolution. We are now embracing digital technologies, including automation, artificial intelligence, robotics, and data analytics to develop smart and sustainable agricultural systems. Through these advances, our students and researchers are working to solve complex agriculture problems and to contribute to a more resilient and productive food system for the future. Throughout this journey, one thing has remained constant. It's our commitment to training engineers who combine technical excellence with a deep understanding of the land, the people, and the environment they serve. We take enormous pride in our alumni, many of whom have traveled from across South Africa and even from abroad to be here with us today. Anyone traveled from overseas today? Okay, but we still appreciate their willingness to come. While agriculture engineering is a relatively small department compared to other engineering disciplines at UKZN, you are living proof of the impact this program has made. You have gone on to lead industries, influence national policies, conduct research, and provide innovative solutions that improve lives and strengthen communities. Your achievements continue to inspire our current students and reaffirm our purpose as educators and researchers. We are deeply grateful to our academic and technical staff, past and present, and I would like to give them a round of applause, please. Away from the speech, I have been working with agricultural engineering for 6 years, 7 years, and I was amazed with how the academics in this discipline are performing. So I'm grateful for leading such a wonderful discipline. So we are deeply grateful to them, and they are always dedicated, and they have built sustainable legacy in this discipline. We also thank our partners in government, industry, and research institutions who have supported and collaborated with us over the years. Your involvement has ensured that our work remains relevant, innovative, and impactful. As we look to the future, we recognize that agricultural engineering has never been more important. The world is facing growing challenges: food insecurity, climate change, water scarcity, and the urgent need for sustainable energy and environmental management. These are not easy problems, but they are also opportunities for agriculture engineers to make a difference by designing systems and technologies that are efficient, sustainable, and socially responsible. As we celebrate this 75 years anniversary, let us look back with pride and forward with purpose. Let us continue to cultivate a discipline that fosters innovation, inspires young minds, and makes a meaningful contribution to a sustainable and equitable future. Today's program includes reflections from some of our most distinguished guests and leaders in engineering, education, and industry. So we look forward to their insights on the future of the agricultural engineering field and the evolving role of this field in transforming the society. On behalf of the University of KwaZulu-Natal and the School of Engineering, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you for attending this event. Your presence makes the celebration truly meaningful. So here is to 75 years of excellence and to many more years of innovation, impact, and service ahead. Shukran. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our next speaker is no stranger to the agricultural engineering fraternity, probably known where he wears many hats, but known colloquially as Mr. Irrigation, Mr. Felix Reinders. I'd like to read out his biography very quickly. Mr. Reinders is a professional engineer, registered with the Engineering Council of South Africa, and completed his studies in 1979 at the University of Pretoria. He specializes in water resource management and irrigation engineering in the agricultural engineering field, including research, design, training, and mentoring. He is currently the chair of the technical committee of the Global Framework on Water Scarcity in Agriculture, with a head office in Rome, in Italy. He is also the President Honorary of the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, ICID, which sits currently in New Delhi in India. He's the Vice President of the South African Academy of Engineers and was President of the South African Institute of Agricultural Engineers from 1989 to 1999. He was also President of the South African Irrigation Institute from 1999 to 2001 and was a chair of the South African National Committee, SANCID, on irrigation and drainage from 1999 to 2002, and then again from 2008 to 2014. As a council member of the Engineering Council of South Africa, he was also chair of the Accreditation Committee of the Agricultural Engineering Program at UKZN. He's the co-author of several scientific papers and manuals on irrigation and drainage, and was the co-author of the South African Institute of Agricultural Engineers Diamond Jubilee commemorative publication. Without further ado, Mr. Felix Reinders.
Thank you very much, Program Director. It's an honor to be here with you tonight and to share with you some insights. Now, you can, of course, see the title that the university asked me to talk about: past, present, and future of agriculture and agricultural engineering globally and in South Africa. So this is a mammoth task, but that is really to celebrate the agricultural engineering at UKZN from 1950 to 2025, celebrating their 75th years of agricultural engineering excellence. My congratulations to UKZN's agricultural engineering on celebrating 75 years of academic excellence, innovation, and service to society. This milestone is a testament to UKZN's enduring commitment to education, research, and community development in South Africa and beyond. Wishing the university continued success and impact for many years to come. So if one look at the past, present, and future of agricultural engineering holds significant importance as the cradle of foundation of engineering due to its historical roots, interdisciplinary nature, and critical role in addressing fundamental human needs. Agriculture represents one of the oldest human activities and was instrumental in the development of early engineering practices. The evolution of tools and techniques for farming, irrigation, and food processing laid the groundwork for engineering disciplines. So if one look at the past, then of course, I would first take you through 4.25 billion years since the creation of Earth. And the sound is working. Yes, you got 20 minutes, but I saw you got 75 slides. Say to me, yes, 75 for each year. But what you didn't show was the other 400 slides, okay? See the development of agriculture, different techniques since the ancient times, Egypt, Mesopotamia, different areas until today. ancient beginnings, agriculture began independently in various parts of the world around 10,000 BCE during the Neolithic Revolution, transitioning humans from a nomadic hunter-gatherer lifestyle to a settled farming communities. Key developments include the domestication of plants and animals, the invention of irrigation and later the plow, which enabled the rise of civilizations, population growth, and more complex societies. Significant innovations like crop rotation, selective breeding, and mechanization in the 18th century further increase agricultural productivity and continue to shape modern farming. So if one just look at 8000 BCE to 1890 AD, during this period, it was man's innovative achievements and efforts to replace muscle power by other forms of energy such as steam, water, wind, animals, etc. We know about Mesopotamia, 6000 BC, the birth of irrigation there in Mesopotamia between the two rivers, Tigris and Euphrates. Similarly, in ancient Egypt, flooding of the Nile coming from 13 countries and the irrigation that took place there. Different techniques were developed to enhance and to assist with food production. Pumping water for flood irrigation. Ancient China, 3000 BC. I was fortunate also to be at that scheme in the middle that was developed BC and still operating 700,000 hectares of irrigated agriculture. Agricultural techniques in biblical times, 2000 BC, grapes, olive oil, grain grinding, woven weaving. And then if one look at ancient origins and early mechanization, the Neolithic age, the Bronze and Iron Age, different developments of the plow, the iron plow, the animal plow, and then of course the development of plows in Britain, Stone Age to Iron Age, the Industrial Revolution, steam and automation. The Industrial Revolution, of course, in the 19th century brought steam power and new automated machinery, revolutionizing agriculture. Steam power in 1800s, mechanical reaper, combine harvester, steel plows. So many things were done during that period. The Industrial Revolution in England was the movement in Britain from about 1750, in which machines changed people's way of life as well as their methods of manufacture. Most important changes were invention of machines, the use of steam and later other kinds of power, adoption of factory systems to manufacture goods, and a growing interest in original scientific and engineering inventions. And we could look at the different seed drills, the horse-drawn hoe, the Rotterdam iron plow, Mikkels horse-drawn threshing machine. The steam engine also brought some new dimension to the agricultural sector, the roller frame and mule to spin cotton thread. In a period from 1840 to 1900, many new agricultural machinery appeared in England, the USA, and Europe, such as, of course, the Cyrus McCormick horse-drawn thresher and mower reaper, steam-driven threshing machines. Examples in Britain, USA, Canada, and European countries. And of course, in 1858, J.W. Fawkes built the first steam engine that could pull 8 plowshares at 5 kilometers per hour in fallow land. The John Felder steam tractor. You'll see there at the bottom, plowing simultaneously with 2-engine capacity of 25 hectares per day. What happened in South Africa? The history of South Africa agriculture began with the arrival of the Khoi herders around 2,000 years ago, who brought sheep and pastoralism. They were later joined by Bantu-speaking peoples who arrived between 1700 and 2,000 years ago, bringing metalwork and farming practices like cattle herding. European colonization introduced new farming methods, cash crops and legislation, and heavily influenced the agricultural economy. And we could think of what happened since 1652, the vineyards, wine production, grain production, dairy farming, wagon wheels, and so forth. Horse-driven mills were imported from Holland in 1657 and later converted into water-driven mills. Various types of water wheels to power mills and bucket pumps to lift water from wells were used in the Cape. And before the Great Trek in 1838, farmers in the Cape Colony made extensive use of animal draft power and labor on farms. After the discovery of diamonds, of course, in 1870 to 1890, the mine started to import mining equipment. Railways, of course, brought a new chapter in terms of steam, diesel, petrol, paraffin trucks were imported. So after the Anglo-Boer War in 1902 and unification in 1910 and industrial and agricultural revolution also followed in this country with very severe and unique problems for the agricultural sector. The 20th century, of course, internal combustion and early electronics with gasoline-powered tractors, mass production of Henry Ford's and tractors, diesel engines, hydraulics, precision agriculture in the 1990s. And if one look at the development over these years in terms of the wooden plow 1800 and many other developments that took place over this time with different techniques, horse-drawn carriages, the McCormick Reaper 1838, the Buckeye mower, then of course the grain drill by Van Brunt, and then in 1860 the Fowler steam plow that were making life much easier in terms of the different techniques that could be utilized. Case steam tractor, the Hardpar 3060, 1907. Then 1917, a Fordson Model F. And then, of course, 1924, the International Farm Oil Regulator. And some of these over the 75 will recognize some of those machines. And then, of course, the Alice Chalmers. And finally, 1938, the Caterpillar D2 and the Massey Harris model. And of course, then in 1947, almost the year that agricultural engineering started at University of KwaZulu-Natal. In 1938, Orton Engelhardt invents the first impact sprinkler to water oranges in Glendora. That was his first sketches. The first center pivot, 1952.
Did you know a
with
farmer
the
from Columbus created one of the most
pivot
significant
that were
agriculture
developed
inventions of
to
all
provide
time? In
insight in
1947,
terms
French
of the growth of center pivot irrigation in the world. And South Africa at the moment got the fourth largest amount of center pivots in the world, 28,000. 1959, so you can see irrigation is very old, but also very new technology. New technology of drip irrigation was introduced in Israel by Simca Blas. And of course, the drip irrigation evolution from the very early beginnings, 1965, till the present day development that we got today. And of course, if one look at the top 10 micro irrigation countries of the world, South Africa are ranked number 10 with close to 290,000 hectares, with India and China at the top. Micro irrigation is a penetration percentage. You'll see Israel, 73% of all their fields are drip irrigated. South Africa lies there with 21.9%. And historical evolution of agriculture engineering, the history of agricultural engineering dates back to ancient times, with early applications, including the introduction of irrigation systems in large agricultural projects along the Nile and Euphrates rose before 2000 BC. The development of agriculture engineering has been pivotal in transforming agricultural practices from simple tools to complex machinery and sophisticated irrigation systems. The Industrial Revolution marked a significant turning point with the introduction of mechanized farming equipment and the development of more complex irrigation systems. In the 20th century, the advent of precision agriculture and the use of computers and sensors further transformed the field. So agriculture engineering as a degree is a relatively new profession whose organized origin is in the United States with only 115 years ago. In Europe, the profession is about 105 years old, where the African profession with UKZN 75 years. Agriculture engineering got all those different fields of activity. The very first agriculture engineering degree that were awarded in Iowa State University in 1910 was to Brownlee Davidson. He introduced agriculture, and the graduate was Jacob Wagener with that were presented to him. And what happened in South Africa? Agriculture engineering as a subject was introduced in the BSc agriculture courses offered at the University of Pretoria in 1920, at Elsenburg Agricultural College, Stellenbosch, 1928, and in Natal in 1948. A degree in agriculture engineering was first introduced in 1950. 75 years ago at Natal University, with the first agriculture engineer graduated in 1955. That is the year that I was also born. So that is now 70 years. 7 years later, in 1957, Pretoria University followed. After 46 years, in 2003, the course in Pretoria was closed. Stellenbosch University started in 1960 with a 5-year BSc BEng degree, but after 13 years in 1973, had to close due to rationalization. If one moved then to the present situation, with agricultural engineering, modern day agriculture with different techniques, modern buildings, crops being planted, irrigated, sorting machines, different ways how our farmers are receiving service from our agricultural engineers. So with the machinery that are available in South Africa for our farmers is displayed on an annual basis at NAMPO with hundreds, if not thousands, of different new equipment that are developed that make lives easier. That all to the service that agriculture engineers are also providing. So if one look at South African tractor sales, you see from 2020 how it go up and down, depending also on the rainfall patterns. With the later years where the sales went up, one of Sile's members, Jim Rankin, is keeping these statistics. And broadly, the strong tractor sales primarily reflect the positive sentiment in the sector regarding the 24-25 field crop horticulture and wine grape harvest, supported by the favorable weather conditions. For example, the summer grains, 18.74 million tons. It was 21% up. Production of sugarcane, 7% up. The wine grapes, 11% up. Table grapes industry has also posted some upbeat production figures. And we also see encouraging production data from citrus, various fruits and vegetables. So the modern era, of course, smart farming, sustainability. We talk about AI and machine learning, robotics and automation, precision and sustainable farming, Internet of Things, livestock monitoring. And I'm glad to see that University of KwaZulu-Natal have also introduced these subjects for the future and for the present. If one just look at the total database of registered persons in terms of the total profession, there are a total of 110,000 engineers that undergone training in South Africa in all the different disciplines, but only a total of 52,000 are registered, of which professional engineers are 28,226 on the list of EXA. So if you look at the different disciplines, civil is still the biggest, 21,000, going down to agriculture with 307 agricultural engineers that are registered on the database of EXA. If one look at the world in terms of the most engineers, you'll see United States there in the 1990s was the highest with 224. And as the year passed, how they increased in terms of the different countries, and you'll see how they shift in terms of ranking from the year to year. So United States still in position number 1, Russia, but look where is China, there in the middle with only 79,000. Moving up, South Africa, of course, as we know, are very down below. Russia in 2000 overtook United States with 293 engineers. United States and China, of course, also jumped up to 151,000 with all the other countries. Coming to present day, you'll see China, 525,000 engineers. Russia, 437. India, of course, the biggest country in the world, 330, and all the other countries. So if you take the population of each country, makes out good reading, you'll see Ukraine, the population per engineer is 242 people per engineer. India, although they got plenty of engineers, is 4,344. China, 2,044, 6. And then in South Africa, 2,312. So that is the population per engineer. So engineering population in SADC, study was done by Prof. Lawless, where she looked at engineers in Africa. South Africa still produced the biggest amount of engineers with all the other SADC countries. If one then come to the future in terms of what is going to happen in future, it is difficult to predict, but the future of agriculture and agricultural engineering is bright and filled with possibilities. With advances in AI, robotics, and genetic engineering, farming is becoming more efficient and less reliant on manual labor. Vertical farming, aquaponics, automation are all areas where agriculture engineering is breaking new ground. As the world focuses more on climate resilience and sustainable practices, agricultural engineering will play an even more critical role. Agricultural engineering is poised to play a vital role in addressing the challenges facing modern agriculture, from increasing food production to mitigating the impact of climate change. So agriculture engineering, I believe, will still operate in all those different fields in terms of farm machinery and power, agriculture and energy system, irrigation and drainage, agriculture and the environment, all the subsectors that will be addressed. Looking ahead, agriculture engineering will continue to address the challenges of food security, sustainability through innovative technology, AI-driven optimization, fully autonomous farms. I was fortunate to visit some of the developments recently now in Australia, as well as there in different parts of Europe. Fully advanced analytics for new cultivars and increased focus on sustainability. So digitization is the future to process the information into a digital format by generating a series of numbers that can be used for food production, farm systems, equipment, to farm management with all the different areas. So the AI universe, from generative AI to artificial intelligence, is making life different, easier, and more adaptive for us to work in. But we should take note of it and be abreast of time with the developments. So a lot of things are happening in future with our new AI in terms of what's happening. Looking forward in terms of what is to come. One could see the green giant sprayer, autonomous sprayer, electric models, solar tractors with drones. You can see 9 hectares per hour, the John Deere Electric 7R. And then finally also the AgroFusion X40 hybrid bot that is in the development stages that will do 20 hours in 1 hectare. So the future is bright for agriculture engineering. For our youngsters that want to enter this arena, they wait a lot of challenges, but also areas where they can excel in providing a service to the agricultural community in South Africa. So different techniques, different models, AI and everything that play a role is on the doorstep. So in terms of conclusion, we must look back at successes achieved and look at what the future holds. Because agricultural engineering is an occupation which requires a lifelong pursuance of technical information, educational updating and professional contact. Sir Lawrence van der Pos once said, remember where we came from and how we got to where we are, in order to understand how to move forward from here. Do not go where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and lead the way. In conclusion, agricultural engineers' efforts now and in the future must focus on playing a significant role and providing leadership in the agricultural engineering arena. The future has many unknowns, but we know we will need adaptive leadership. Tomorrow depends on what we do today. So congratulations to UKZN's Agricultural Engineering Excellence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Felix. Always a treat when you deliver a speech. Treat for the eyes. Our next speaker, our next keynote speaker is Prof. Linus Opara. I'll just introduce you quickly, Prof. Opara. Prof. Opara has graduated with degrees in agricultural engineering in both bachelor's and master's from the University of Nigeria. He then proceeded to Massey University in New Zealand, where he obtained his PhD. He's an emeritus professor of post-harvest technology at the Stellenbosch University, where he currently completed the 15-year cycle of the South African Institute of South African Research Chairs Initiative, SAKI. During this period, he was a distinguished professor at SAKI and founded the Africa Institute for Post-Harvest Technology. He's currently the Foundation Executive Director of the UNESCO International Center for Biotechnology in Nigeria, which focuses on food security, bioresources conservation, and tropical diseases in Africa. He has published over 450 peer-reviewed journal articles, book chapters, and conference papers, and edited 2 books, including The Agricultural Biosystems and Biological Engineering Education, Engineering in Education, and graduated over 72 PhD and MSc students in universities in South Africa, Oman, and New Zealand. He was recognized in 2019 and 2021, respectively, as a highly cited researcher by the Web of Science Group. Among many international, continental, and national awards for his sustained research, productivity, and impact, he was honored as laureate of the African Union Kwame Nkrumah Continental Award for Life and Earth Sciences, which is Africa's highest research prize for researchers. He's the winner of the Impact Research and Science in Africa Award for Excellence in Research and Building Africa's Humanity Resources Capacity by Ruriform. He was the founding president of the Pan-African Society of Agricultural Engineers and the past president of the International Commission for Agricultural and Biosystems Engineers, CIGR, and the vice president of the Asian Association of Agricultural Engineering. He's a life member of the American Society of Agricultural and Biological Engineers, the Asian Association for Agricultural Engineers, and the Indian Society of Agricultural Engineers, and is a fellow of the Institute of Agricultural Engineers in the UK, International Academy of Agricultural Engineers and Biosystems Engineering, the South African Institution of Agricultural Engineers, and Nigerian Institution of Agricultural Engineers. His ongoing activities focus on building Africa's research capacity in engineering, biosciences, for food agri-systems for both transformation and industrialization. Prof. Opara, over to you.
Thank you very much. I presume there goes my 20 minutes, right? Thank you, colleagues, for this opportunity to be part of the celebration of agricultural engineering at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I'm particularly delighted to be here with you physically. I want to join my friend and colleague Felix in congratulating you for this special achievement. You must be very, very proud of yourself. And I think South Africa and Africa at large should be very, very proud of you, because those of us who have been in this domain over the last 30 to 40 years, we know the challenges particular institutions have faced in really holding on to that discipline and program. So I want to join in congratulating you. But as I move forward also, I picked this from your website as part of the celebration. I picked this information from your side, and I was particularly delighted when I looked on the right-hand side and see what imagery are you trying to show about the department or the program in agricultural engineering. And I was interested in the first one at the top. It's about people, human capacity. We need people who can drive the kind of change that we are talking about, that kind of future that Felix just enumerated here. We need people there. And in the middle is technology, innovation. Out of those people, there must be technological advancements. And I don't know how else you can do it without engineers here. And as I spoke with the students yesterday, and I said those innovations are possible because we are agricultural engineers. And on the bottom side here, also all about technology and innovation. So I join in celebrating, and I'm very, very delighted to be part of here. So in the few more minutes that I have, let me go straight. and talk about this symbolism, about this celebration. I just want you to think about it. Let's try to relate it with those slides that I showed earlier about people, about technology. What is the symbolism of being a Diamond Jubilee? I don't have one diamond, I can't afford it. But those of you who buy diamond, think about those symbolisms, those things that characterize diamond. Rarity, strength, durability, eternity, something about long-term relationship. And we can connect this with what you have achieved over the last 75 years here. And at the bottom here also, I show symbols that are connected with agricultural engineering. Starting from the left-hand side, the Pan-African Society for Agricultural Engineering. Sorry, the South African institution, and then of course the Pan-African. So there's something symbolism about engineering, and that comes through in all the presentations here. So what I'm going to talk through quickly, I'm going to share my personal journey because I think it connects with what you've tried to do here. So I like to personalize my discussion so that people can actually see there are people behind things that make things work. The technologies don't drop from nowhere. And then I'm going to talk about some of those trends that Felix has talked about, and then show some example of how an agricultural engineer, one of us, and it just happens to be myself, will find myself in a department, in a faculty without agricultural engineering. And over a period of 15 years, we try to contribute to building that human capacity and setting up infrastructure that those people that we have trained, you can call them by any name. Many of them were from horticultural science, food science, mechanical engineering, electronic engineering, but I call them agricultural engineers because they worked in that particular domain. This is something for you to think about, that perhaps you have been doing more than you think you've been doing, even across other institutions in South Africa. So my journey, very quick snapshot. Little village somewhere in Nigeria on the left-hand side, on the armpit of Africa, we call West Africa. Right? There was. Found myself in New Zealand to go and do a PhD. While I was in Nigeria as a young, graduate student, I was considered the mechanization guy. Right? I swear back in 1980, one of those years down there. So the young people can look at it. We tried to write a software in those days about how you can optimize the performance of agricultural tractors and machinery in the field. We also tried to write a software using the C language in those days, or how you can determine the optimal size of machinery for particular farming situations. Those were the challenges at that time, but things have evolved for the type of equipment and new technology that we just saw in the last presentation here. So this is a snapshot. So why do I show this? I see myself as an agricultural engineer, but a global agricultural engineer. So we have to think about this. So whoever we produce in our classrooms, in our countries and our institutions, what do we expect them to become? How mobile is their knowledge, their information, for them to be able to even hold leadership positions in international institutions? So we have to think local. It's important to be relevant, but we also have to really think about globally what is happening in other institutions, and that will be shown in some of the other slides that I will share with you here. These are now particular institutions in those countries where I've actually worked, not just visited, right? So these places, I mean that I've spent more than 2 or 3 or 5 years. That's minimum. It doesn't tell you much about my age, does it? Okay. And so in Nigeria, mechanization. I'll come back to Nigeria again. Now you see I started with mechanization. Now I'm leading a biotechnology organization. Think about agricultural engineers. In between all those, I've not attended any other course in terms of engineering or educational institution related to science and engineering. But I've gone around after almost 35 years from machinery in agricultural engineering to be developing, not just inheriting an existing institution, creating one from the beginning in terms of biotechnology. So there is something about agricultural engineering that we need to be able to begin to demonstrate more to society. You can call us by any name, but I think it's important that identity is well known so that people can see the benefit of our curriculum and the type of insights that we give to our students and staff. So this is Linus here from New Zealand. I worked with Lincoln Ventures over there. It was a spin-off from Lincoln University. That was my first engineering job I got as a research engineer. And I've also applied my expertise and worked in development organizations. You can see FAO up there. I went to the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations in Rome, and I was due for sabbatical when I was at Massey University in New Zealand. And I wrote, and he came to the desk of the head of department. He said, "What are you going to do in Rome?" I thought we were talking about you going to MIT to go and do some modeling work that you're interested in. I'll go to another institution in the UK that I was interested in computational fluid dynamics modeling. Why do you want to waste your time in Rome? I said, no, Gavin, I want to know what is happening with agriculture around the world. And if FAO of the United Nations is the global umbrella place, there must be something happening there that I can bring back home. So that was a personal interest. But I will also explain later how to apply some of that knowledge, both in the classroom and also in practice here. So this is me. Now, those are the maps of those countries. Think about an agricultural engineer. Think about the curriculum in your particular institution. But look at the mandate of the type of job I was doing around the world. And look at how those people saw my role. Look at those words are either in appointment letter on the job description of the assignment I needed to do. Look at what they were calling me, agricultural mechanization engineer. I thought I left this behind in Nigeria. And I have spent a year in Iraq under the United Nations program as the resident mechanization engineer during the time of Saddam Hussein. I thought I was more of a post-service person. But what was demanded in society needed people with that particular expertise. And I was shipped back to Iraq to do that job. Look at livestock development planning in Nigeria. In 1989-90, I was part of those authors who prepared the agricultural development plan of Nigeria on the mechanization component. In 2021 or so, I was now part of a team writing the livestock development plan, the same agricultural engineer. So think about this as we think about our curriculum and what we do. And you can just quickly glance through. See, you can see post-service technologies come up. When I was at FAO in Rome, I was a post-service specialist. And so on and so forth. I'm a certified food scientist. Probably, I'm sure, maybe the only South African with the title CFS that was awarded by the Institute of Food Technologies in America. It's a professional qualification, recognition. The same agricultural engineer. But I think we're doing this because of practice, what we do in our classrooms and in industry that people recognize. So we have to think about the connection between our curriculum and our teaching and learning with actually what we do to society. And sometimes if we do it right, they do get recognized here. For our students, postgraduate students who are here, we didn't just go there to read and get qualification and walk away. We got involved with society. We got involved with our institutions to make contribution to those particular institutions. On the left-hand side, that's University of Nigeria, where I did my Bachelor of Engineering degree. Look at some of the roles we played, right? IRI-TRAC is the magazine for students in engineering, agriculture. IRI means irrigation. TRAC, tractor, the two symbols in those days for agricultural engineering. So we called our magazine IRI-TRAC. I was the sub-editor. Played in the football team, those kind of stuff. Student union government, you call it SRC here, right? Very, very active because we thought we had a role to play. We had a voice to put across to the university while still doing agricultural engineering. Community level, president of the Students Association, and so on and so forth. You can just see. It got a bit more intensified in the middle, in New Zealand, right? To the extent that I got elected into the University Governing Council. I was not a citizen. I was not a permanent resident. But we were active in society. We were active in the local community while still doing our PhD in agricultural engineering. You can see some of those. And of course, at the bottom side, played a role in the academic program of the university, also in research leadership. When the opportunity came, I became the coordinator of agricultural engineering program and all my contributions to lead in that particular area. Why do I show this? So we produce rounded, integrative individuals in our program. And this is very, very important. And of course, on the left hand, on the right extreme left side, you can see some of those things here. When I was appointed the director of Agricultural Experiment Station in Oman, I didn't want to accept it because I came there to be professor, associate professor, agricultural engineering, do my research and publish. But when I had a conversation with the vice chancellor, he said, there is something we find out from our staff in agricultural engineering department. Some of them, we have given them multiple appointments into other departments because their skill sets seems to be transferable to other departments. So some of my colleagues in agricultural engineering in Oman were also seconded to food science and other places. So this is something that we have to think when we talk about agricultural engineering. So what are some of those lessons from the past? One of the challenges we have faced is this issue of identity and name. Every time you meet with the students, it comes up over and over. And I remember one of my first assignments when I was at Massey University in New Zealand was the head of department and a couple of others put up a committee, and I was one of those, a PhD student, to think about the future of agricultural engineering, whether you can at Stellenbosch University. And I was not in our engineering faculty. We didn't have agricultural engineering, and I graduated her from electronic engineering to address a particular problem here. So this is something for us to think about, because sometimes we get consumed with the problem and we get consumed with the flow, what we read about other places, but we must domesticate it and think about what is relevant for our own particular situation here. And of course, this is very recent. As I was checking online as well, I know about what's going on at the University of the Free States. Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering has been launched. They're already advertising to recruit students, and they want those students to start next year. So this is very good. I was very, very pleased, because that means that there is a need. I presume they've done their homework. I've been involved in this conversation in the past. I've not been actively, directly involved, but I think our colleagues, they are doing what is required to respond to the need in South Africa and hopefully the rest of the continent. So I'm looking forward to development of that particular program here. Still lessons from the past. About 20 years ago or thereabout, I thought about this problem while I was in Oman. And I said, what is going on around the world? So I made a proposal. I said, this publication is going to be mainstreamed into the typical engineering education journal. So I made a proposal to the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Engineering Education. I contacted a colleague in the US we never met before because I know he's interested in engineering education. I said, let's go and scan what's going on around the world and put together information about the status of agricultural engineering education. And of course, I couldn't forget, I've never, interacted with UKZN then, but I know my friend here, Felix, Jeff was active. I contacted him and he made a contribution to that particular. So we have looked at what was going on in that area, but we have come to a conclusion now that the history of agricultural engineering started with more focus on mathematics and physics, the mechanical component. But we also have to agree now that the biological component has come to the fore. And that is reflected in those names that you see in the of that particular program here. So we didn't just look at what others have done. We did our own study. I started from New Zealand, did cohort studies with students and staff to really hear what they are thinking about the course they have enrolled in, and even including graduates who have left. I continued that study in Oman as well. And some of those were communicated in peer-reviewed journals so that people can also know what is happening on while they are trying to do their own reforms, whether through name changes or curriculum or other interventions, they can also learn and pick information. This is important, and this is what has been lacking in the past in agricultural engineering programs that we didn't document enough so that people can learn and not make the same mistakes. So we spent a lot of time. This was a bit of digression for me, but I was passionate about agricultural engineering. But I had to do this because I felt there was a need for it. And it continued. So you can see the title of those two papers at the top. I only published them when I got to Oman, but the work was done in New Zealand. And look at the reflection of the title of the one on the left here. From farmers to blue-collar professionals. Because when I was interviewing the students, I found out that the majority of them came from farming families. And when I went through the archives, I found that more than 90% of the previous students were coming from farming families. As at the time we were having those challenges, the whole thing had changed. We're now having the majority of our students no background in farming or in agriculture. So what kind of program do you offer that will make it attractive for people who have never been to the farm? That was important because the population in farming was declining. And so if you want to retain such an academic program, you have to think about markets. Who will want to come and do that? So that's why I said from farmers to blue-collar professionals. And the second one is says, image is everything. Something came out. Just, what is agricultural engineering? Why do people look at us in a particular way? And so on and so forth. So you have to think about it. The name you give to your department, the presence of academic staff, their participation in the university administration and management, and in society. People want people they can look up to, whether you're the best cook or the best driver. So this is something for us to think about as we move forward in this particular area. And then I come to the book that we put together, about 42 chapters. Every inhabited part of the world where there was agricultural engineering, I made considerable effort to make sure there was a contribution there. So if you get access to the book, you will actually see what happened in South America, in Latin America, in Europe, in South Africa, and so on and so forth here. And I tried to document some of the historical perspectives of what is going on there. And this particular 2 chapters was based on the project that we worked with the Royal Academy of Engineering. I wanted to tease out what are those key topical issues that agricultural engineers have to deal with today and into the future. I paid for the page APC, article processing for those, so they're available online. So you can download them and read. But I did them through that project through PASAI that we did with the Royal Academy of Engineering. I think it was important. And the bottom 141 there was based on a study that we did a survey of at least 5 agricultural engineering programs for departments across Southern Africa, West Africa, and East Africa. And so it gave us a very good perspective on some of the issues that students consider in agricultural engineering. And I think if you have access to those opportunities, you should look at that. So educating agricultural engineers, putting all those information together, what are some of the things that came out? Skills, competence, attitudes, and empathy. How does empathy relate to training of agricultural engineers? We are always confronted these days about sustainability. If you don't have empathy, sustainability will mean nothing to you. You can keep plowing the same soil until the whole soil layer goes away and washes into the sea. All the animals could get extinct. It wouldn't bother you until you have to look for another piece of land to farm. Issue of rural development, issue of poverty will not be important to you. Then your technology may not be relevant to society. So empathy is important in what we do. How do you incorporate empathy in your curriculum? You have to think about it and look for local solution to it. So those become very, very important because on the right-hand side, you see the traditional academic in university. Three things, it has not changed over the years, what we are required to do. Teaching and learning, research, and community engagement. We are required to do those. We all do them at different levels. If you're trying to do all those in the Department of Agricultural Engineering, and look at that, I came up with that, when the editors of the book were asking me, can you come up with something for the front page? And I spent a lot of time. I said, why am I doing this assignment about putting a book together in agricultural engineering? And I said, well, it has something to do with agriculture. It has to do with engineering and to do with education. And if you look at the connecting point between any of those two areas, there are disciplines that already exist. Yes, there are people who study agricultural education. There are people who specialize in engineering education, and so on and so forth. And of course, for us in the middle, it's agriculture or bioresources engineering. So if you have this kind of stakeholders, then you have to address their needs. You have to address the need of engineering. Otherwise, you're not going to call yourself agricultural engineering. You have to address the problem, a challenge facing agriculture. Otherwise, remove the name agriculture somewhere. Education is about teaching and learning. There must be methodologies that exist that are proven by experts on how to transfer information or knowledge to people. We cannot do it another way. So we have to find a way in terms of pedagogy and epistemology. So these are challenges and things that we must take into consideration to enable us to develop those skills and competence in our graduates here. Now, if you look at that teaching and learning, these are some of the issues that we have to address in our own institutions and curriculum. But the key thing is, if you want to be that global agricultural engineer, which I think I am, then you have to think global. We have a lot of South African graduates in agricultural engineering in Australia and New Zealand, practicing and doing very well. But you must also take action locally. Those came out clearly through all those interventions. So if you have an agricultural engineer, how do you know they are well educated? I don't have the answer, the metrics on how to calculate it, because depending on the assignment or the job of that particular person, yeah, you say, I'm an engineer. Maybe you could be an agriculturist. It could be any other thing. But we have a challenge, and I call it the drop-down menu problem. I don't know about you, several instances where I've tried online to fill a form that requires me to pick my discipline in terms of engineering. I see everything, I don't see agricultural there. How many people have experienced that? So many. So what are we doing about it? That form that I was filling was relevant to me. In many cases, I was actually invited to complete the form online so that I can proceed. They know I'm an agricultural engineer, but I couldn't find it on the menu. So I call it the drop-down menu. We have to do something about the drop-down menu. Very, very important. Agriculturist, maybe, maybe not. But if you ask me, based on that experience that I've shared with you, I said, what do agricultural engineers do? Instead of talking money about farming or agro-processing or irrigation, I said we are system integrators. To me, it summarizes what I do. And we have to think about it. And as I'm going to finish, I'll show you an example in terms of the work we did at Stellenbosch University. We also solve real-life problems. It's not theoretical. We solve problems. That's what we do. And that goes back to our origin in terms of rural engineering. And then the last point I put there, we're lifelong learners. And that's why you can switch from mechanization to post-harvest technology without enrolling in another degree program. That's why you can become an irrigation engineer, even though your major during your undergraduate was agro-processing. There is something about our curriculum and the training that we get, and we mustn't lose sight of that. And I'll give you just a quick example. Class of 1987, that was the year I graduated from Bachelor of Engineering, Agricultural Engineering here. In a class of about 23 people. And I just did a quick scan while I was preparing this. Some of my close mates, where are they now? And these were the majors we offered in that department at University of Nigeria. I said, where are these guys? I thought about myself. I used to be called the mechanization guy. Now I'm a professor of post-harvest technology. I think about the next person that we used to study together. He's now a professor of industrial and manufacturing engineering in Nigeria. Has been the head of department, he has been a dean. In fact, when they had an engineering conference, they invited me to give a keynote. We have another professor, started with professor of food engineering. Today, now he has been appointed as professor of biomedical engineering in a medical university in Nigeria. In fact, 2 weeks ago, he called me. He has been now named as the first dean of the Faculty of Health Engineering. Think about this. He has not gotten any other qualification different from the same thing we did at the University of Nigeria. So there must be something. I don't know about any other discipline in engineering where you could suddenly appoint a professor in civil engineering as a professor of health engineering in terms of biomedical engineering. So maybe society is seeing value, but maybe the packaging and the way we communicate it, and so on and so forth. One of my friends lives in the US now. He's a highway engineer, road construction. Very top engineer in California. So there is something we have to think about here. So how do we move forward? I think we need to find a way to continue to engage with the stakeholders. We cannot afford to bury our heads in the sand of those challenges we face in our departments and faculties and universities. We have to find a way so that we can engage with the stakeholders, because that's where we draw a lot of information and strength from. That's where our relevance can also be confirmed. So who are those stakeholders? We can go on and talk about them, but the role of the alumni is often underestimated and underutilized. These are the people that you can quickly, almost like convince. They can see value. They can also give you feedback in terms of what you do moving forward here. So a key issue still remain, but there are opportunities that abound. And some of those opportunities are coming from other disciplines and other areas. How do we make sure that we incorporate these emerging opportunities, especially in technology and other innovations? I think that's something we must take seriously. On the left-hand side, yes, we heard about those calling challenges. It's very easy. We listened to them about them already. But how are we responding to the technological opportunities of today and tomorrow and into the future, into our research programs, into our curriculum? Now, that's what we call curriculum overload. I've been involved with that in Oman and in New Zealand. When we're thinking about the reforming the agricultural engineering, what do we remove, what do we add? You choose, you decide based on your local situations. But we cannot ignore this on the right-hand side and keep doing the good old things. It's not gonna work, because the younger generations, those still in high school, are becoming aware of this, and their keywords are ringing in their ears. So we have to think how we reform continuously our educational system to respond to those opportunities here, including research that will bring out the information that we need. This is one of my favorite slides. I came across this some years back, 2012, and I grabbed the screenshot of it and kept it, and I keep using it. These guys are futurists who predict what they think is going to happen in the future. And I followed this guy, and look at back in 2012, the picture and the waves and the link is there. Look at the top 10 majors of the class of 2022. These were 8-year-olds in high school, and they're beginning to think, what profession should be they going to? And this was mainly in America. Look at it. Number 3, agricultural engineering, exactly how they wrote it. Despite the global challenges, we're talking about agricultural engineering. The people thinking about the future of the economy and society said, don't forget agricultural engineering. Then why should we forget it ourselves? But look at the first one, maths. And that has to happen now. We now have data science. When they talk mathematics, people say, but what do mathematicians do? But we now have new disciplines coming up. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, and so on and so forth. Maybe this guy was right, especially as I see agricultural engineering. I agree with him. So you should think about it. Okay. And then look at this. Every year, they publish this occupational outlook handbook, and look at agricultural engineers and see what they said here. It's projected to grow about 6% from 2024 last year. This is America. So think about it. It could be an opportunity for our graduates here. We can produce good quality people and ship them to America. They will come back. Yes, I have come back to the continent. So you cannot say it's just because we don't need them tomorrow. Where are they going to find jobs? Give them good training, good skills, good exposure. The market might be out there across the border. So this is very, very relevant. So I'm going to finish by giving you an example. An agricultural engineer brought into the country, came into the country in a faculty that didn't have agricultural engineering. And what I tried to do, I did it because I'm an agricultural engineer. Another person could have done it differently. So I find myself in a department, horticultural science, in a faculty of agri-sciences, and engineering was far away. And the other engineering doesn't have agricultural engineering. And as Felix showed us, in the early 1970s, the agricultural engineering program at Stellenbosch University was discontinued. So what did we do? So I had a research chair. It's called post-harvest technology. That was the name I gave the chair. Okay. And so what did we set out to do? From the beginning, we said we're going to solve local problems, but we want to be benchmarked with our colleagues anywhere else. I was consciously aware about my colleagues in New Zealand where I left. So I cannot work in New Zealand, work in Oman, work in Europe, and then come back home in the continent and just start playing only local. So that consciousness was important. That was one. But how do we going to do it? We're going to build capacity. And I asked myself, why did South Africa award me a research chair? I never worked in the country. I never collaborated with anybody. What is it about me? So if you just ignore that I'm the person, after 5 or 10 years, can we reproduce another Linus, about 2 or 3 more, so that we can have more labs talking about agricultural engineering and post-harvest technology? Very deliberate from the beginning. Human capacity development, advanced research, and so on and so forth. So the philosophy was important at the beginning. Instead of just dabbling into the problem immediately, you have to think about the philosophy, because that's what will drive what you do. Look at the philosophy on the right-hand side. I said, we want to connect production to markets. I didn't say we're just going to work on packaging or storage only. We want to connect along the value chain. And that's this area where agricultural engineers play very well. We're very good at that. The agricultural value chain, we are very, very good, from production all the way through. And these are some of the keywords that I came up at that time. The same philosophy and vision. How could have I done it? An agricultural engineer, alone, very, very lonely, sitting in a good university, Stellenbosch, in a faculty. So I said, well, I'm not going to be able to do this alone. There are other engineers. I'm going to convert them to become agricultural engineers because they have skills to solve problems in agriculture. Look at those faculties. And each of those faculties I show you there, we graduated master's and PhD students supervised by us. At the top in engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical and electronics, we graduated students. And I give you at the bottom of each specific project they worked on. So are you not going to call those people agricultural engineers? They're agricultural engineers. They may have graduated with PhD electronic engineering or mechanical. It's okay. But I can tell you in South Africa now, we have agricultural engineers with other names elsewhere. So the challenge now is, how do you bring those people much closer? So we have a critical mass of people who have common understanding and knowledge. On the left-hand side, Faculty of Science. Each of those departments, we graduated students and did research projects together and published. You can go online and see them. But I was driving it from the research chair, because I know that those skills are important to the problems agricultural engineers face. On the bottom side is the faculty, my host, Faculty of Agri-Sciences. In each of those departments, you can see there, we graduated students or collaborated with them. What are the problems we worked on? Look at them on the left-hand, on the right-hand side. Other faculties or programs who saw what we were doing wanted us to be involved. On the right-hand side, Sustainability Institute, interested about waste management, post-harvest losses. We graduated students, they're supervised by us. Even Faculty of Medicine noticed. So I used to give invited lectures to their students, masters in human nutrition, the same agricultural engineer. So there is something about our profession that we had to do. In terms of the specific actions, we looked at our program, capacity building. I said, okay, we're going to have programs. From our programs, we cascade down into projects. So this is the approach. You say, how do agricultural engineers do things? Where were we able to make the little impact? So we established 4 programs, and each of them, we had projects. This is my representation, the relationship between those programs and the projects. But you see something connects all of them in common. You see the word pomegranate. So from the field up to the world market, we decided to use pomegranate as a model crop to show what is possible. I'm going to go very quickly just to finish. But we also talked about human capacity. That is not just about people, but they also need infrastructural capacity to work with and also build institutions around Stellenbosch University. I'm just going to finish. Network. You cannot do this alone. We have to reach out, people inside and outside the university. Funding. Money is important. So we have to look for funding, not only in South Africa, outside South Africa, institutions also that we have to work with. These are important. If people ask, why were you able to do what you did? Because you have to reach out to other people. How do we know if we are successful in what we did? We use the traditional academic indices. Of course, we have to publish. Some of those are available. We had to graduate people. In one particular event, we graduated 8 students from the same lab, 4 PhDs, 4 masters, just one ceremony. So capacity building with intensity was very, very important. Then finally, that pomegranate I showed you about, we developed a program around it, a value chain. Each of those points was connected with a master's or PhD student that allowed us to address this particular problem facing South African farmers in linking their production to the markets. Typical engineering problem, packaging, cold storage. Horticultural problem, crop growth and performance, quality problem, pathology, developmental processes in terms of food science, discrimination. These are students from the modified atmosphere packaging. Agricultural engineers do it. What's the engineering component? Design. We design the processes here. Packaging. Traditionally, pomegranates are packed in 1 layer, and we challenge ourselves that we come to develop a sustainable packaging that can give us 2 layers, save resources, become more efficient. So we did that. This is an example of some of the things we did. But the science was there. Academic footprint published in good journals, and so on and so forth. Mechanical damage. These are issues that engineers have to deal with. Quality control and assurance. Value addition and processing. Each of them backed with science. And we looked at this idea of valorizing pomegranate. Publications are out there so that people can actually know that we exist, but we also make an important contribution. The issue of post-harvest losses. But more recently, you can see machine learning. We applied it. 5 years ago, I challenged one of my postdocs. How do we apply machine learning to what we do? See that publication by systems engineering. 4 years later, we are now graduating PhD students in machine learning. So you lay the foundation, and they have the original document to follow on. We graduated people, capacity building. And then finally, in terms of our impact, some of them have been recognized, as was mentioned over there. I'm just going to finish quickly. Where are our graduates in the country? You can see. I just spent about half an hour with Asanda, catching up before Jeff came to say hello that afternoon. So we have people here at the University of KwaZulu-Natal and so on and so forth. So in the future, I did this bibliometric review quickly yesterday. A bibliometric allows you to see and visualize both the past and in the future. So 5 years ago, some of the keywords that are coming up were irrigation, soil quality, drainage. They're very, very important. Soil moisture content. Fast forward, just 25 years analysis now, sustainability becomes to appear as critical issues facing agricultural engineering issues here. So we must adapt quickly to respond to those. And this was only possible through this analysis. Then we look at trending topics related with agricultural engineering globally through bibliometric analysis. Over 25 years, look at the bottom, what was happening about 75 years ago. Pesticides, manure, soil strength, forage. Fast forward, present day, Internet of Things begins to emerge. Climate change, artificial intelligence. So you can see the transition, the same agricultural engineering. So our curriculum, our training, our research must reflect that as well, so that we can maintain our relevancy here. We grew Africa's capacity and South Africa's capacity. And then finally, the future. Uncertainty, as Felix has already said, we know that. But how do we respond? Those are very, very important. We must continue to reform. It doesn't stop. We must continue. But as you mentioned earlier, also provide thought leadership. And then finally, this is what I call my epilogue here. The future of South Africa, Africa, and the world is tied to what happens to agriculture and food, because we all eat. We know that. But we need more qualified and trained people in this area. There is evidence out there. 75 years, I call it a vintage, right? At KwaZulu-Natal here. But you must accept that you have the expertise. You now have the knowledge. You have the experience. What do you do with it moving forward here? As we try to form PASAI, UKZN played an important role, Pan-African Society for Agricultural Engineers. If we are going to move forward to really have the South Africa we want in the future, what happens in the rural areas becomes more critically important. It is not enough to focus on Cape Town, Pretoria, and Johannesburg. The rural development in South Africa is very, very critical, and agricultural engineering has an important role to play in that area. If we don't modernize what goes on there in terms of agriculture and water supply and energy, the problem, we're just postponing it moving forward. Final word. As you embrace this historic auspicious period, I want you to think about the symbolism of diamond that I shared with you earlier here. And as we recognize and celebrate you, the enormity of your achievement in building human capacity in South Africa and Africa at large. And we recognize that at some stage, you were like the last man standing for agricultural engineering in South Africa. That means you must not allow the light to turn off on you. Other institutions are beginning to emerge new programs. I think you can help you can play a role in holding their hands to make sure that the program in University of Free State sustains and survives, and maybe other institutions. Because if they do well, you would have also done much better. So this is something I think you must think about. Please do not turn off the lights. Because those institutions in South Africa who turned off the light about 50 years ago, 30 years ago, they lost the key. They lost the key. They lost the key to the building. It is more difficult now for them to start again. So don't turn off the lights. And in that regard, I want to thank you and congratulate you again and wish you another 75 years and more to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Opara. We'll now proceed to go on to starters. A cash bar is available also to the left, in the foyer. There's a cash bar available. Can I ask Natasha to just quickly bring up the gifts for the speakers, please? Or Alaika? And can I ask Peter Line and Prof. Schulze to present them to Linus and Felix, please? Thanks. Just for the photographer? Yeah, just a photo op, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Starters are served. Mr. DJ, okay. Your starter time has been reduced to 20 minutes. Okay. Mr. DJ, some music, please. Guys, please help yourselves.
Thing next door. Perfect. Okay, so we started off by looking at ag engineering, globally. We're going to hone down now to our university, right? So as I mentioned, I'm Chikondi Dlamini, previously, now Chikondi Gurira. I'm an agricultural engineer, currently CEO of Engineers Without Borders South Africa. I'm also Secretary General recently of the Pan-African Society of Ag Engineers. So that's why I get to be here today. So in our last session, we talked about, the significance of ag engineering as a profession, the big picture. We were inspired, but now let's talk to UKZN, the excellence of UKZN, and who's the best people to talk about the excellence of UKZN, if not the last 4 HODs, or really the 4 HODs who have been heads of Department of Ag Engineering. So I'm gonna introduce to the front our very own professors, a very big line of the big heavy hitters of ag engineering. So we're gonna have Prof. Jeff Smithers, Prof. Peter Line, Prof. Roland Scholzer, and Prof. Tilahum Sayum. Please, can we give them a round of applause as they come to the front?
Oops. Right, good evening, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us. This is a joint presentation that that we're jointly going to be delivering. So I'm just going to be starting off, and really we're going to try and highlight a few things. But as you can imagine, Ashula's only given us 15 minutes or less, and so we're going to try and get through it. I'm going to give you a brief overview of the history of ag engineering and where we've come from. We're going to look a little bit about capacity development, and Linus was emphasizing that, so we're going to look at some of those numbers. And then we've got the various heads who've been working in the different fields, and we're going to be summarizing what's been happening in those fields, from power and traction to hydrological research to irrigation, soil and water conservation, design and engineering, hydrology, and then some post-harvest technology and food engineering. So that's what we're going to be doing. I'm going to be covering the first section, having a look at the timeline, as well as capacity development. Right, so I think we've all just heard that the former Faculty of Engineering, the School of Engineering, is celebrating 100 years this year. I wasn't aware that they were so much older than us. But the Faculty of Agriculture was established in 1948. And the first agricultural engineer, or the first person, I'm not sure if he was an agricultural engineer, was appointed to deliver agricultural engineering service modules to agricultural students. That was Mr. Geiger. That was 1948. I think ag engineering really got going with the appointment of Prof. Foster in 1950. And that is where the 5-year ag engineering degree started. So when we started off, we were 5 years. It was a 5-year degree. And Prof. Foster was head of department. And then Prof. Meyering was appointed in 1956. So the legendary Prof. Meyering, I think those of you who either experienced and worked with him would agree with me. He really was legendary, and he's really a forefather and really established the degree. He became head of department in 1976. And he served until 1990, so a long tenure. And when he retired in 1990, Prof. Roland Scholzer took over. And then Prof. Peter Line, as you can see, looking a bit younger than he is today, in the bottom there. Peter Line, 1993 all the way to 2002. I was then head of school for a couple of years. And then the university changed. We then ended up with having program coordinators. Dr. Aiden Sanjay acted as was program coordinator. I served in that role for a little bit longer. And our current program coordinator is Prof. Tilhan Wokney. But he's on sabbatical leave, so he's not really here. He's on holiday. And Alika Kasim has been carrying the load for this year. So that's really where we've come from as a kind of as leadership of the school. And if we move on and have a look at the capacity that we've developed. So it was interesting to look at these numbers. I didn't realize we've graduated up to this point for just over 400 BSc agricultural engineering students. I guess maybe those numbers look a little bit small compared to the numbers that Linus was talking about, but I think it's quite an achievement. All the way from 1955, 56. And again, I've also included in this graph, you can see that annual graduation of ag engineers. Also, I've got a moving average, and I guess from one point of view, it's positive. So we can see some sort of positive trend. There have been a couple of dips in between. And I guess this last little dip at the end here, sorry. Last little dip, I guess, at the end here, it's probably largely because of the COVID pandemic, reduced intake, difficulties in graduating students. But I'm pleased to report the numbers are up. And I guess if we looked at this in a couple of years' time, that we'll be turning that corner. If we look at our postgraduate development, and I think that's always been a strength of the school, I guess being a small discipline, we've always had to look at the resources and how we've utilized those resources. And we, in the University of Natal and even the University of KwaZulu-Natal, we have a resource allocation model. So you had to make sure that you're above the line and not below the line, because otherwise you're in jeopardy. And I think what carried us was our postgraduate strength and research output from the discipline. And so over the period from our first graduates in MSc graduates, we've graduated 98 MSc students in ag engineering. The first graduate was the legendary Prof. Potty Meyering. And the title of his MSc dissertation was the design for and the test of a miniature research silo for the preservation of silage. So that's where we started in terms of research output. And I guess some of you might have been fortunate enough to have to endure some lectures on silage construction. And that was part of what he gave to us as undergrad students. And then I guess Roland probably would remember Jack Burney and maybe Peter. Again, he was the second MSc. That was Potty was in 1967, Jack Burney 1968. And the title, just going to read it out: A Critical Appraisal of the Rocky Mountain Rainfall Simulator as a means for deriving realistic soil infiltration capacity curves. So there we are, two different spectrums, two different fields of working in. That's where we started off as ag engineering. I guess also you can see that from the graph, the output of PhD students. So we've graduated 27 PhD students to date, and obviously you can see that those numbers picking up in latter years. Something else that we started in the mid-2000s was we started a degree in bioresource systems, and that was really to cater for postgraduate students who didn't qualify to register through the Faculty of Engineering. And again, you can see from the graph there, we've had 6 MSc bioresource system students and 8 PhD bioresource system students graduate. If we have a look at where the graduates are, and this is certainly not complete, it was based largely on my knowledge and some other input that we've received. It was quite gratifying to see a large number, a biggest proportion, still sitting in South Africa, which is good. I'm always worried about, and I know Linus was talking about global engineers, but I think we've got so many challenges that we need to have expertise to deal with back here. I always get worried when we have students working and emigrating to different countries, but maybe we need to think more globally. But you can see we've got students in the North America, UK, some in Europe, and a fairly large contingent across in Australia, New Zealand, and also then Middle and Eastern Africa as well. If we look at journal outputs, the discipline has published more than 540 peer-reviewed journal publications since its inception. And the first publication that we have on record, that Roland, is one of yours, a physically based method of estimating solar radiation from sun cards. I don't know what a sun card is. So I'm still must be pretty young. So yeah, yeah. Okay, so that's where we've got to in terms of research publications. I thought it might be interesting just to have a look at, and I try to classify the different fields where the postgrad studies that had taken place, and just kind of group these into different decades. So first decades, 1960s, soil and water conservation, agricultural structure. So there's the 2 MSCs we spoke about. In the 70s, you could see that the fields were diversifying, growing, soil and water, hydrology and modeling, pound machinery suddenly raising its head with a number of studies, and then design and engineering hydrology. If we look in the 1980s, again, you can see a big growth in pound machinery, hydrological modeling, design and engineering hydrology, alternative fuels. So again, you can see the very strong focus, I guess, in the hydrological field, as well as the pound machinery field within the discipline. And if we look in the 1990s, again, that's grown more and more. We've had things like water quality, remote sensing and machine vision, environmental control, energy and supply chains. So again, you can see that more and more fields being covered by postgraduate research studies. In the 2000s, again, we can see irrigation coming to the fore, some food processing and post-harvest technology. So again, that's becoming strong and developing. And again, if you look in the 2010s, we see power and machinery, I guess, diminishing to some extent, but more and more fields coming in, energy and supply chains, and a lot of food processing studies being undertaken. And again, it's evolving even further, 2020s. Again, we've got aquaponics and hydroponics coming into it, irrigation engineering, and then climate change and climate impacts. So you can see how the discipline has grown over the last 50 years and expanding into different areas. And again, just thinking about it, this is from a staff complement of 5, if you're lucky, if all the posts are filled. Typically, they're not always filled, so that's quite an achievement from a relatively small group of people. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to hand over to Prof. Peter Lyon. He's going to talk about power and traction and alternative fuels research.
Just that one next. Okay, now. Right, so good evening. Oh, wait a minute, we need to go. Good evening, everyone. It's really wonderful to see you all here. And while I've got the chance, I'd like to pay tribute to the postgraduate students. They're the engine room of research. And their dedication, their energy, their innovation, it's incredible. So it was a real privilege to go along and ride along with you guys. I'm just going to skip through these topics. I'm sorry, we're going to have to leave an awful lot out. But in the pack that you got, there's a USB and it's got all the postgrad projects. It's got the publications in there, so you can get a good idea of the scope of the work that we did do. In the 1970s, there was an embargo on oil production that caused a liquid fuel crisis, and costs and consequences just skyrocketed at that stage. And like COVID, many things changed overnight. That started a focus on alternative fuels, and we were asked to develop ethanol as a fuel for diesel engines. And we worked with Mercedes and Perkins with that. We ended up running tractors on normal operations using ethanol with no diesel in it at all. And during that time, we developed expertise in combustion processes and that went on to work on engine durability. Meanwhile, Sasol had been developing a diesel from coal, and they asked us to do the durability tests for them with those fuels. So we had test rigs running engines 24 hours a day just outside the workshop at Ukalinga. And every 100 hours, the pumps were dismantled for examination of wear. We also built test rigs for Sasol where they could run engines also 24 hours a day on a typical road cycle. And they could simulate altitude from sea level all the way to Highveld. And we produced those rigs for a couple of £1,000 each. The quotes from other people were in the millions. And today you can buy that diesel at the fuel pump. Another part of our research indicated that some of the increase in production costs were due to underutilization of machinery. And we were assisted by John Deere, by Ford and Massey with all kinds of resources that helped us. And at a visit at Kansas State University in the US, I happened to see one of our postgraduates' posters, a huge big poster on the wall with utilization and how it was underutilized in agriculture. So that was interesting to see that happened. More locally here, our logistics in South Africa are substantially higher than our trading partners around the world. And so we started looking at supply chains and the impact of those on production, and most of that work was done in the sugarcane industry. Here you can see a sugar mill clogged with vehicles, causing huge chaos. And one of our MSc projects was involved in developing a vehicle scheduling system so that to clean that up. And that system was implemented at many sugar mills in Southern Africa. The first one went into Darnell Mill, that's that particular mill there, and it went from the worst performance mill in South Africa to the best. That project won a National Logistics Gold Award. And we also got involved in compliance on roads. Anybody who's driven on our roads realizes we need compliance. And so we were involved in developing systems to ensure compliance. And that was implemented, amongst others, in the sugarcane industry. We went from vehicles, our average overload was 60% when we first started this project. Today, it's down under 2%. And that project won a national platinum award in a national logistics. One of our PhD students was involved in developing performance-based standards vehicles. So that vehicle there is larger, it has a higher payload, it does less road damage, it is safer, and it costs less per ton kilometer to process. Currently, we have about 2,000 of those vehicles running around, and they've covered more than 600 million kilometers, but they make a good difference to the things. Compaction is known to cause yield damage in the fields, but very, very difficult to quantify. And so one of our PhD projects was to develop a system to quantify that. And that worked extremely well. It found its way onto the world scene and is now published in a book on advances in agronomy. The other thing that is post-harvest deterioration in sugarcane, what we call harvest to crush delay. And there was a feeling in the industry that you had to leave that crop lying in the field to be able to mature. Anyway, we did a whole lot of work and we figured out, and I was even balancing chemical reaction equations, and we found out that there were actually huge losses involved. Just to put it very shortly, people thought the quality of the product was increasing. In fact, the sugars were busy disappearing into the atmosphere, and we were losing probably at the moment a few $100 million a year in just losses to the atmosphere. And that's my show. Thank you very much, Darrell.
Okay, we're going to move on to hydrological research with Prof. Roland Schulze.
Thanks. Would you-
That's press. That'll go forward, the other one's back. Okay.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually an adopted son of agricultural engineering because I come from a science background and not from an engineering background, but my fathers and mothers in ag engineering have been very good for me. As you can see at the top there, it's been a 50-year journey that I've had with agricultural engineering. We have gone through a couple of phases, and these phases are overlapping. The first phase was measuring to develop models of rainfall runoff. This was when the Water Research Commission was in its infancy. And during that time also, with Prof. Meyring as head of department, he and I had the odd disagreement, let's put it diplomatically. But at the end of the day, he would always say to me, "Hot man Roland, why do you win every time?" But then he added, "But I have a good bottle of wine. Come over to my house at 5. And so we became amicable, and I call him a benevolent bully. I guess that's what he was. Anyway, I tried to get hydrology into becoming a university discipline. We fought with the Department of Higher Education in Pretoria for 2 years. One day the principal calls me in and says, "Congratulations, hydrology can become a discipline within agricultural engineering." He said, "But the university has no funds for you. You're on your own, son. There's the door." That was it. That was the beginning of hydrology. The second phase, which is still ongoing, has been the development of the agrohydrological model, which had its beginning in my research in the Drakensberg. I had this idea of a systems model that we wanted. I had also the idea of a daily process-based model rather than a calibration model, because we were dealing with change and land use and climate. And I had the idea of a multi-purpose model. And that is how the ACRU model was born, with many, many graduate students, many of them who are here this evening, making their inputs into hydrology. The third phase, we now had a hydrological model that could do a whole lot of things. The third phase was to utilize this everywhere in South Africa. So together with my colleagues, we developed a national level database dividing South Africa initially into 5,838 sub-regions, each of which was relatively homogeneous. And later we found that within each of these homogeneous regions, land uses play a major role on a local scale. So we now added what we call hydrological research response units, 7 of them. So each quinary catchment has 7 response units according to land use. So when we model South Africa on a national scale, we now model it with 40,800 plus spatial units. The fourth phase, suddenly climate change becomes an important issue. And it was one of my initial undergraduate mentors, Professor Peter Tyson, who later became the head of Witwatersrand University, who invited me to a workshop in 1988 in Eswatini, which used to be called Swaziland. We couldn't have these international workshops in South Africa because we were a banned country, but Swaziland was okay. And that got my interest in climate change going, and we have done a huge amount of work in climate change and agriculture, climate change and hydrology. You can see some of the publications there. And I have been involved, as you can see, in about 137 publications on climate change in the interim. Then I retired many years ago. I'm not as young as I should be. So my last phase is the post-retirement phase, and I made it my mission to address issues of the real world in my particular field. So we did a lot of local studies and regional studies in the Waterberg for Eskom, the Komati system, the city of Tshwane, Kwakwa for the Water Research Commission. We're doing a lot of work. At present, we're involved in 2 projects with the Umgeni Utugela system and so forth. The other thing that became focus for me was impact studies. What is the science, as you can see in the top left pictures, what is the science between the impact of afforestation on our water resources, or of overgrazing, or of burning, or of tillage practices? How do we model wastewater treatment works in the system, because they totally change the local hydrology? What about alien invasives? What about different urban systems? How does hydrology respond differently to the CBD, to a residential area, to an informal area? And it was one of the special interests I had was in the April 2022 floods in Durban, where close on 500 people lost their lives. I did a bit of research there just by way of interest. From the first date that rainfall was measured in Durban in 1856, we have had 12 rainfall events much bigger than the big floods in 2022. just by way of interest. It was also for me the era of internationalization. I was a member of the International Panel on Climate Change, went to many countries on that behalf. I did a lot of postgraduate international teaching for 11 years at the IHE in Holland, for 5 years at the SMHI, the Swedish Meteorological and Hydrological Institute in Sweden, and also was involved in accreditations, departmental accreditations all over the world, including Kenya, Colombia, Switzerland. And as I went along, and this is my closure, I had the opportunity of learning a couple of new skills, as you can see at the bottom there, as part of my travels. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm back up covering for some of my colleagues. I'm talking about irrigation and soil water conservation engineering, as well as design and engineering hydrology. Right, so I think as a discipline, we have contributed largely in terms of soil and water conservation, and in particular, in this particular case, we're looking at irrigation. And we certainly contributed towards a project that was led by Felix at the Agricultural Research Council, updating technical and financial norms for drainage and irrigated lands. So that's both subsurface drainage as well as surface drainage. And then a lot of work that's been done by a colleague who's also retired, Dr. Aiden Nzanje, having a look at irrigation and having a look at the performance of irrigation systems, and a particular emphasis on smallholder irrigation systems, and investigating their relationships and what significant factors affect them and what we can do to try and improve those systems. So that's been happening both in South Africa as well as in other countries, in SADC countries. Not only looking at the performance of systems, but also looking at the supply system. So the infrastructure, delivering water to the fields, and what's the best way of doing that. And then again, just jumping around, but the original short furrow irrigation system, which is also being rolled out in some states, and I'm sure there's some people here who are very competent and have driven that. Was also developed as a MSc student within the discipline. We've also been looking at different ways of application for irrigation, work done, for example, the moist tube irrigation technology, and trying to understand its characteristics and how it impacts and how its efficiency when used as an irrigation system. I think UKZN has also been at the forefront in terms of the water, energy, food nexus. I think we're all very aware of the relationship between those different fields and how interrelated they are, all the way, and we've been involved in all the way to the development of an water energy food engineering model. Moving on to some crop water requirements, and again, this is coming back. I think one of our first PhD students was Professor Alan Hansen, which we'd also be looking at a little bit later, but also Mark Dent. He's did some work on crop water requirements, and I think Roland was talking about the regionalization of South Africa. I think the regionalization prior to the quaternary catchments he was talking about was Mark Dent's so-called 712 homogeneous climate zones, where we did irrigation demand management estimations using that. And again, you can see the ACRA model was used, a modeling approach used to do that. There's also a lot of our graduates developing scheduling tools, and I'm thinking about things like SAShed and ZimShed. And again, you can speak to some people about that this evening. We've also done some work in soil and water conservation engineering, particularly looking at rainfall erosivity, and going all the way back to Andy Smithen, I think in the early 80s, who did some work in estimating rainfall erosivity, which is a critical input in terms of soil conservation and erosivity. And all the way to some more recent work, which we've got there from Robin Johnson, having a look at updating some of those values. Recently, we've also done some work within the South African sugar industry. We've developed the contour spacing and design tool, again, using a modeling approach, and that's available and utilized to design and assess drainage systems within particular sugarcane irrigation. For those of you who've been involved in the design of hydraulic structures and using event-based models, design rainfall is a critical input into that. And we've developed a regionalized approach to estimate design rainfall for various return periods. And you can apply or you can estimate design rainfall at any point in South Africa at any 1 minute by 1 minute grid. And at the moment, this is the currently recommended practice and is used by industry. So it's widely used. I think also going back in time, design flood estimation, I think we're all probably aware of the SES-based model originally developed in the US, and a lot of the work that Prof. Schulze and Eric Schmidt did, and colleagues and postgraduate students in terms of adapting that model and tailoring it for South Africa, estimating new equations, the so-called Schmidt-Schulze equation. I think all of you who've come through ag engineering should know that. There were expansions in terms of hydrological soil groupings because of the diversified range of soils that we find in South Africa, regionalized approaches to trying to account for antecedent moisture conditions, and then estimating design hyetographs. So how do we disaggregate a daily rainfall into a hyetograph? So a lot of that work was done. Some of you probably would have used the 3-volume manuals that accompanied that report in estimating design floods manually. We then updated that in terms of software, many copies sold, many courses run, and again, it's recommended for use in South Africa. Some more recent work we've been doing in terms of National Flood Studies Program, many more developments in terms of updating methods for estimating design floods. And one thing that's coming out right now is what we've called NAFSAT, the National Flood Studies Application Tool. And it's a one-stop shop where we're incorporating all the new methods into one GIS-based front end. And hopefully that's going to have a big impact on industry in the future. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Prof. Tilan Wakne to talk about post-harvest technology and fluid engineering.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I think I will not take, as my slides are only 2 as far as my knowledge goes. But I think from this particular figure, you might actually see the level of engagements in areas of post-harvest technology, food engineering, and renewable energy production and integration into systems. So it is evident from the data presented earlier by Prof. Smithers, but this is now actually breaking down to a spot which covers actually articles published, workshop presentations, conference presentations, and research project completed in this particular field. So I think with that, I will take you here. The measures and specific areas we covered can be illustrated here. You will see food engineering fields, many of these some of the researchers were focusing on drying technology, packaging, heat transfer, and food machinery. And agricultural mechanization, when I am stating agricultural mechanization here, it is mechanizations that are related to food and post-harvest engineering. It's not like that of tractorization and farm mechanization planning and so on and so forth. So post-harvest technology handling crops, treatments and storage, refrigeration, cooling, and so on, and other type of research which we categorize under preservation. Then bioprocessing, of course, I think Prof. Opara has mentioned agricultural engineers should find opportunities in biotechnology. So you will see bioprocessing, fermentation biotechnology, one can invent in that area as an agricultural engineer. And, big business areas, enzymatic processing, cassava-based bioprocess products. We have developed actually in collaboration of research fellows, especially from Nigeria as a postdoctoral, associates and so on. Then We have renewable energy areas. We have developed a mobile type wind energy, mobile wind energy integrated into a cooling system on the road for perishable commodities, solar energy harnessing and integration into different food processing systems. Food science and technology is one of the major area also we touched in this particular group of our research team. You see, agricultural engineering does not stand alone as engineering without science. So we treat mango, heat treatment. Then if you don't talk about enzyme and the microorganisms, we don't know what is happening there. And the environmental control, we also engaged in precision agriculture, specifically as related to environmental control in greenhouses and also animal environment modification and so on. So overall, the percentage of the activities in fields can be actually clearly explained here. As you see, 20% which goes to food science and technology. Engineering, as you see, also around 15%, and so on and so forth. So due to time, I will jump here. Now, in 1993, I traveled actually from my country in Africa, from Ethiopia, and I arrived in Dublin, Ireland, to do my master's degree. And I have to go to the supermarket and purchase fresh produce. When I arrive at fresh produce, the tomatoes, the mangoes, all are actually fresh, clean, and quite attractive. I have never seen that fresh produce can be cooled and stored for long period, and it looks like actually very consumer appealing. So then I start to think what technologies they are using. I came up down to the mechanical refrigeration. Then when I look at mechanical refrigeration, it is expensive. I don't think of my community or markets in Ethiopia. Then I'll tell you I just started to think. I remembered actually my family, they just bury a clay pot a bit deep into the sand, then spray water around it. Then water, when you come back, the water is cool. This technology might work. Then I developed an idea of evaporative cooling and produced a simple naturally ventilated evaporative cooler around 1997. And that particular structure was published in 2000. So since then, actually, I came up with this particular technology in 2004. And we have published this in Tropical Agriculture in Trinidad. It was a very rigorous journal. It took me 2 years actually to get these papers through. So since then, we have developed evaporative cooler. And today, this technology has been implemented. FAO has implemented it in Kenya. A few of them have been implemented here in South Africa, like in KwaZulu-Natal, down in the valley, and quite few in eastern Ethiopia, and so on and so forth. Worldwide, probably we are the first actually to come up with well-structured evaporative cooler, and since then it is really flying. Around about the same time when we came up with this, there were two discoveries in India, Roy and Roy, two similar names, came up with a zero energy cooler, almost parallel. After I went through this, then I came across that technology. So it's very interesting. So I will take you to the other big research that we have done in the department. It is smoothing tomatoes, bumpy road to market. What does this mean? It may be tricky. It is not my name, but it is the Fresh Producer Organization. the tomato producer organization, which gave it this name when they publish it in their magazine. So you will see the road is gravel, but tomato is, I think 20-ton truck is actually full of tomato. It has to be traveling from Masapa in Limpopo to Durban or Cape Town. So a huge research, to make it short, had been carried out to assess the effect of road condition on the quality of tomato in terms of engineering property, biochemical property, microbiological property, and the consumer observation, and so on. So with the data we have generated, with the help of a number of doctoral fellows and master's students funded by the Fresh Produce Organization, tomato producer, avocado producer organization, then this road is no more like this now. In that particular community, if you go from Masapa to the main road, the road is now smooth. Okay? Because of vibration, tomato is wounded. When it comes here, you feel it is okay, but the next day in the supermarket, tons and the tons of tomatoes are gone. So, but generally, I would like to acknowledge the University of Pretoria, the Department of Civil Engineering, which was partnering with me in this, in setting actually the vibration sensors from their side, and from our side, we engaged with the biological aspects of the tomato quality changes and so on. But today, this problem has been solved after our data is fed back to the tomato producer organization, and ZZ2 was instrumental along with other tomato producers there. And the county has been actually attended to this road. This road is now smooth. It has been smoothed. So very interesting. We're really happy. It is one of actually the project which is really implemented. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much to our past HODs. Just FYI, together, their profession, their time, their service, together they actually have worked more than 100 years towards agricultural engineering. So thank you so much to our professors for that. So today, even though we're celebrating the 75 years of ag engineering at UKZN, there is also, this is a day for us to announce the beginning, or the launch rather, of the agricultural engineering endowment by the UKZN Foundation. So there is flyers on your desk, on your tables. There's a QR code. You can scan that or read on the back if you can't QR code. So I'm just going to play a video. And then afterwards, we're going to ask Mr. Steve Camp, who's the Executive Director of UKZN Foundation, to come up.
My name is Karis Marie Boita, and I'm pursuing my LLB degree.
My name is Diani Ngobeni. I'm a first-year mechanical engineering student at the University of KwaZulu-Natal.
So my name is Lunga Apane, and I'm currently doing my honors in IT.
My name is Lake Mackenzie. I'm studying nursing at UKZN.
So I grew up in a single-parent household. It's always just been me and my mum. And she's my rock, she's my superwoman, and she inspires me every day to be the best version of myself.
From birth until grade 9, my father was the only working parent at home. My dad wanted more male kids, hence he left us to start a second family. This led us to financial difficulties.
I unfortunately lost my dad last year in an accident, and that's been very difficult. After losing my dad, there was a big decision we had to make about education, because we had lost the breadwinner of our family.
So when you don't have a financial burden and financial stress on your shoulders, you can actually enjoy what you're doing. I've recently taken an interest in Pilates and gymming, as I believe it's good for the mind. It's healthy body, healthy mind type of thing. So without that financial stress, I can actually enjoy these type of things.
The funding has assisted me by paying my tuition fees, accommodation, and my meals. This helps me because I am relieved from financial stress and I can fully focus on my studies. And it will also assist my mom to save up for my siblings' higher education fees.
To the UKZN Foundation, the BE Chamber, and eTautau, I'd just like to express my gratitude for the financial assistance, because I truly do not think the journey would have been as easy as it has been without the funding. I think I am well set up right now to actually become a true asset within my domain of study, and I'll forever be grateful for the financial assistance.
There are not enough words in any language to be able to thank the Hillensburg Trust and the UKZN Foundation for what they've done for me. I'll try, but I don't think it'll be half as sufficient as it should be. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be sitting in front of you today if it wasn't for them. I'd have a very stressed home environment without the financial stability that they've given us. I wouldn't be doing what I love and what I'm so excited to do. I wouldn't be able to become a person to help thousands of other people one day.
In the next 5 to 10 years, I see myself with a master's degree in aerospace engineering.
I see myself leading my own digital solutions company that creates innovative solutions for real-life problems.
I see myself being a traveling nurse.
I see myself giving back to my community and hopefully inspiring others to pursue their dreams.
I see myself opening a postpartum care facility.
I see myself equipping other young talent from poor communities in artificial intelligence and machine learning.
Evening, everyone. Well, as you can see, the impact that donors make to the lives of our students is significant. Last year, we raised over 80 million rand through the foundation, and 40 million of that went to students that you saw earlier this evening here. And those are probably mostly missing middle students and also postgraduate students as well. Where do we get our funding from? A lot of it is from donors like yourselves, corporates, individuals, trusts, and also government. We know that there's a lot of cutbacks in the government funding, and we certainly see that in higher education. So we really try and get out there and network with our alumni to see where we can try and make a difference and encourage people like yourselves to put back into your alma mater. So we also got quite a big campaign that we launched last year called What is Your Legacy? And we've had alumni from all over the world getting hold of us to put something back into our university. And we had a conversation about 2 months ago with an alumni who's actually he's a BCom student, and he immigrated to Canada. And he's got together a whole lot of expat South Africans living there. And they formed a little working committee, and they thought, what are we going to fund? And what they came up with was a postgraduate course, and it was in food security. And they're very keen to fund something here at UKZN in agriculture engineering. So let's all try and make a difference. And when Jeff got hold of me earlier this year to see if we could put together an endowment, we've really supported that as much as possible. And so far, I think, Jeff, you've got over 500,000 Rand in your endowment. So let's really all try and work together. We at the foundation can help you. I've got a colleague here at Tankisa, so we can chat afterwards. And if you want to make individual donations, you've got that little QR code on the back of your menu. But very happy to chat to anyone that is keen. So I'd really encourage you. This is a wonderful opportunity. And we've heard about the incredible history behind agriculture engineering. And it's really important, I think, that we keep it going for the next 75 years. So congratulations, Jeff. And we really look forward to working with you to try and grow this endowment as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Steve. I think we have one more video.
Well, as we celebrate 75 years of agricultural engineering at UKZN, which has trained and graduated agricultural engineers for 70 of those years, we honour a legacy that has enriched communities, empowered innovation through the development and application of appropriate technologies, and strengthened food systems and environmental sustainability across Southern Africa. In recognition of the value of our work, which has added to the agricultural sector over these decades, we are creating a pathway for those alumni and industries who have benefited from the discipline's training and research to contribute to its long-term sustainability. To this end, we have established an Agricultural Engineering at UKZN Support Endowment Fund to receive donations from alumni, industry collaborators, and friends of bioresource engineering at UKZN. The fund is intended to support capacity development and grow the future of the discipline at UKZN, and ensure its continued relevance and contributions to environmental sustainability and efficient food and fibre production and processing systems. The income generated by this endowment will be used to maintain academic excellence and EXA accreditation of the agricultural engineering degree at UKZN, grow the impact and innovation of research output from the discipline, develop staff and student capacity, and support operational activities of the discipline. The fund is managed by the independent UKZN Foundation, which is a South African Revenue Service approved Section 18A public benefit organisation. This means taxpayers in South Africa may deduct up to 10% of their taxable income through donation to the fund. We have benefited historically with strong links to industry, and we need to continue those and grow them even more. I think we're all aware of the need for the skills and expertise that agricultural engineers have and the contributions that they can make towards society. And we really need to grow and build that relationship and encourage all industry and all alumni to really contribute to this. We need your support. We want to sustain the discipline going forward. Not only sustain, but we want to grow it, because I think that's what we need to do. We need to really make our mark, and I think together, academia and industry, we can do that.
Felix Reinders. Please, may you just come up for 1 to 2 minutes like we agreed? Who wants to go first? Prof Reinders. Then Prof Apara, you can just jump up after.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I could just echo what Prof Jeff Smiller has said. This is an opportunity to take it forward for our future students. As was said, it's going to be used for maintain academic excellence and EXA accreditation, grow the impact and innovation of research output from the discipline, develop staff and student capacity, and support operational activities of the discipline. World over, this endowment fund have made a difference in students that do not have. And I believe if each one of us contribute, we will see this discipline grow and flourish in future. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations to the leadership who have come up with this idea. And many of us have benefited from similar programs, and we know it makes a lot of difference. You know, as a young undergraduate who registered in the Department of Agricultural Engineering, University of Nigeria and Soka, I was sponsoring myself. I had to work 2 years to save money because my family couldn't afford to send me to university. It was on the basis of the money that I saved as a trader in a little town called Jimeta Yola in Nigeria that gave me the courage to apply to go to university. But guess what? When I arrived there, I realized that it was more than just what I had saved. And I remember the day I got a letter from the university based on my first year result, giving me the university foundation scholarship was a support money. It made a lot of difference. So I encourage you. This is a worthy cause. It's one of those things that you do, you're planting a seed. And along the way, all of us will continue to add fertilizer and water. And hopefully, we begin to see the impact on people's lives. It's a worthy one. So I encourage everyone. The other thing I will add is that no amount is small. Don't think that what you are saying is very little, it's not going to make a difference. So I encourage all of us to support this worthy cause, because sometimes the things that we do, just that we think we don't have an impact, can transform the whole community and even a country. So thank you all for this opportunity, and I look forward to all of us supporting one way or the other, and also sharing the news out there. If you have not done so already, you can scan the QR code at the back of the document in front of you. There's also another one standing there. You can just place your phone and grab a snapshot of the QR code. So congratulations, everyone, and I look forward to hearing the news about the foundation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And yes, I think this is very exciting. I remember undergrad days, there were some really tough financial moments. So this will be great for somebody one day. Please, can we have Prof. Smithers and Prof. Workney come to the front to hand over the gifts for our retired HODs, Prof. Roland Schulze and Prof. Peter Line. And we'll take a group photo with all four of you, please. Oh. Oh gosh, I must move. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're going to go over to our main course now. Just for the people who mentioned in their form that they have special dietary requirements, please do check for the signs on the food or ask a waiter to help you out. Please, bon appetit, 45 minutes, and then please be back. We can eat 45 minutes. We'll try our best. We'll wrap it up while we're talking as we carry on. Thank you so much, and enjoy the food. Ooh. Yeah. Sorry.
I hope you're going to eat before you leave.
I'm gonna miss out on the group photo because I have to go back to the baby. Are there any photos being done now? Oh,
We can ask them.
that would be nice.
Yeah.
Possible.
We can. Do you want?
Yeah. I'll eat and then I'll go.
Okay. Oh.
They haven't called, so he's still alive. Thank you. So done. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Sure. Banda, guys. Yeah, millions and Kulumen, then I'm done. Banda, just talk. That's fine. Maybe end the. We can find more.
Sorry, I'm looking for 3 people who've ordered special meals. Slobber Ewan, Biela Sandile, and Motiba Kowena. If you guys are here, you've ordered special meals, your meals are outside, so please come and find us and ask for it. Sorry.
May we please take our seats and settle down? Thank you, everybody. We're about to start with the next session. May we please take our seats and settle down? Just one last table to have a seat and then we start. Thank you. Okay. Greetings, everyone. My name is Ipeleng Maro Maseko, a proud graduate from UKZN, Agric Engineering. I am the former National Vice President of the South African Institute of Agricultural Engineers and currently branch chairperson in Mpumalanga and also a chief engineer in the Department of Agriculture in Mpumalanga. Let's continue to celebrate this wonderful and amazing profession. We are now going to look at a video. This will give us feedback from select of alumni who will share their views and also reflection of the profession. Enjoy.
I'm Alistair Harris and I graduated in 2006. I work for ABF Sugar, which is the corporate office of Illovo Sugar as we know it here in South Africa. I'm head of estate agriculture, so all of our farms across southern and eastern Africa. So we've got estates in South Africa, Eswatini, Zambia, Malawi and Tanzania. And on all our own farms, the agriculture there is what I'm responsible for. Agriculture engineering for me was, well, firstly I selected it because it was the most difficult degree that I could find that allowed me to get outside as part of my routine work, which was a must for me. It was a really broad degree, quite diverse, and I think it allowed me to get a holistic view of engineering rather than a more narrow form of some of the other engineering types. And that prepared me well. In fact, my first work was actually in a civil engineering company. Because of our exposure to fluid dynamics and hydrology, I was well placed to work in that environment, but equally in the agricultural environment later on. So agriculture engineering, I think, as we know, it's a really unique field of study, and it's well needed in this current environment as we're trying to feed our population, but also do it regeneratively and sustainably. And in my role in Illovo Sugar, I think I've got a unique opportunity to try and change the way we farm to that much more sustainable way over large acreages. And because we're a large agricultural organization, if we are able to do that, we hope that others will follow and we'll be able to create a bit of a movement and really just farm, not just within sugar, but outside of that as well in a more sustainable way.
Agriculture in Africa is the one core industry that doesn't just provide us with food and sustenance. It's a source of employment. It's a source of income in a continent and in our country, South Africa, where people are unemployed.
Hi, I'm Chikondi Gurira. I graduated from UKZN in 2012. I'm currently the CEO of Engineers Without Borders South Africa, a nonprofit that's based in Johannesburg, but I fortunately work from home in Pietermaritzburg. So agricultural engineering gave me like a very systems thinking outlook to life and work. Being at the crux of many different disciplines of engineering, being exposed to a bit of mech-eng, a bit of civil, and then the agricultural engineering work as well, put me really in a unique position to be able to respond to societal challenges and not just technical challenges. So I've used my engineering as in rural development work and being able to also do very technical municipal work and then transition into nonprofit and social impact work. And I think also the very technical way in which UKZN delivered our ag engineering course prepared me for the corporate world as well, because I never actually expected to be an engineer sitting in boardrooms, sitting in executive positions. But a lot of like the seminar training and all of that, which seemed at the time so irrelevant to ag engineering, prepared me for the corporate world. So really, you just become such a versatile person. Yeah. I'd start with the student training, the unique situation at UKZN where you study ag engineering at the agricultural faculty. Then you move to Durban and you're working with the other engineering students and you're sitting in Mech Eng classes. It really gave me exposure to other disciplines, and what it has done is it's given me a multidisciplinary approach to work. So when I found myself on municipal projects where I'm working with architects and mechanical engineers and all these different types of professionals, I'm able to be competent and understand what they're doing because of that little exposure that came with, the versatility of the Ag Eng degree. In terms of experience in my actual career, I think being able to be at the forefront of projects that really changed people's lives, like the one project where I designed a tannery for the first livestock association-owned tannery in KZN. It was lovely to just design something that brought a means of production to a small group of people who historically would never been able to, own the means of production. So being at the center of work that really changes actual communities, brings actual food, water to people. And it's not like I was even trying to be a development engineer, but I think agriculture engineering just kind of makes you naturally capable to step into development engineering. So the transition to Engineers Without Borders felt very natural because of that, yeah.
My name is Mark Seitman and I graduated in 1993. I work for MBB Consulting Engineers, and it originated in 1973. And so just a couple of years ago, we celebrated our 50th anniversary, which is quite a milestone because it only is a few years younger than the Institute of Agricultural Engineering and the whole engineering degree that was set up in South Africa. And the company is situated in 5 offices around South Africa, and really we focus on agricultural development, and we like to say in Africa, but coming out of South Africa. We think that defines us as African engineers. The career has really given me great opportunities. I have travelled to Australia, I've travelled to South America, I've done work at the foothills of Kilimanjaro, which afforded me the opportunity to climb the mountain. I've been to the source of the Nile. So the ability to travel and to go into places that aren't always often explored as an agriculturalist has been a fantastic and amazing experience. We know that food security is an important issue, and there have been many predictions that food production has to increase by double by 2050. It's a little bit of a misleading statistic because systems improve, agricultural production and yields improve, and so it doesn't mean a doubling of area of development. But what it does mean is that we need to be more considerate of how we produce food, and we need to ensure that it's sustainable. And that's really a part that we play. I think we probably underplayed in the whole market, and that's largely because there's not a lot of money in agriculture, and the returns on investment aren't all that sexy. But it really is crucial, and we have the skill set to make it better than what it is.
My name is Pranesh Mugli, and I graduated from the University of Natal at the time in 1999-2000. I've had a very, very good experience throughout my, call it 25 years post-graduating. I've been based on site in Mozambique. I've then was able to leave the country, work in the UK, and return back to South Africa, back to MBB, all because of the training I had received at the University of Natal. So it's been a very colorful career. I did not know that I wanted to study agricultural engineering. I had known that I wanted to do engineering as a matriculant, and only after chatting to Professor Peter Line at registration did he really sell the idea of what agricultural engineering is. And based on that conversation, here I am almost 25 years or 30 years later, very proudly to be an agricultural engineer. Not just an agricultural engineer, I'm currently president of the South African Institute of Agricultural Engineering. My time as a student was a bit colorful. I enjoyed the university so much that I decided to do the degree in 5 years, not 4. Took a little bit of a detour, much to my parents' heartache. But yeah, I really enjoyed my time at the University of Natal. It was a unique experience in that we did first year in Pietermaritzburg, then years 2 and 3 in Durban, and then finally back at the Pietermaritzburg campus. So from that aspect, we had the opportunity to experience university life in 2 separate towns effectively, which is quite unique as undergraduates.
I would encourage anyone to get involved in agricultural engineering. It is you can go in any path. There's so many different avenues that you can choose, and there's so much demand for it. And I think just advice to young graduates or those in the study, don't be afraid to get your hands dirty. You will have to work long hours as you learn, but it's been incredibly rewarding, and hard work always pays.
Words of advice and wisdom would be, if you like science and maths, this is definitely a career that one should choose. It's a wonderful balance of being in the office and being out in the field. You don't realize the benefit of it, having been office-based myself for a little bit and then coming back into the agricultural environment. You realize how fortunate we are in the jobs that we do. Every other week we're in the field on a farm, going through farmland, and experiencing that as a job. Sometimes you wonder, should I actually be paid for this? Because it is actually very rewarding.
This is a profession that should excite people who want to be adventurous, who want to investigate at a higher level of reasoning and computation, to really investigate what can work in agriculture. And especially being in Africa, we are the last frontier, I believe, and we have so many opportunities to make a difference. So I would encourage youngsters to get involved in this career, and especially if you're outward looking and you want to experience new things, it's well worth it.
I think agricultural engineering is a very valuable career trajectory to follow. If you're someone who has a passion for engineering but also feels they want to be amongst people or really see a much quicker tangible outcome of impacting communities, impacting people, impacting production of food, really see their impact as soon as possible and not be part of a big corporate giant or part of a very technical production system. Agric engineers are the versatility to be able to swing between those, actually. So if you're unsure as an engineer about, okay, do I choose this more mechanical or am I more a fluids person? If you have that kind of passion for multiple elements of engineering, I think ag engineering is one of those unique engineering disciplines that merges so many different aspects of engineering.
Now that we've appreciated the international setting and we've noticed the wonderful accomplishments of UKZN Agricultural Engineering Department over the years, this session is dedicated to reflecting on curricula and their role to meet the needs of the future. Now, Prof. Wagner and Prof. Smithers would enlighten us on how the curriculum has changed over the years and how it has shifted towards meeting the changing demands of society.
Thank you very much, the link. Good evening again. I think I might take longer than my previous presentation. Okay, I think it is a great privilege to celebrate the 75th annual anniversary of agricultural engineering at UKZN, which is a great thing. I'm honored, and I would like to now take you through the agricultural engineering curriculum, a bit of overview of the past, and a bit of changes that we have made since 2006-7, and the future. What is actually in the future for us? So my outline is to look at agricultural engineering curriculum prior to 2006, challenges with old agricultural engineering curriculum structure, expected outcomes of the proposed changes by then in 2006, 2007, and I will take you through agricultural engineering curriculums that we have currently, first year, second year, third year, and fourth year, and the diverse career paths in agricultural engineering. I think that has been discussed a lot this evening. Everybody actually clearly showed the multidisciplinary nature of agricultural engineering, and also the diverse areas where we can go really in this field. I always say that actually, it's very diverse. It is a composite type of engineering. And then the future, responding to the rapid technological changes, that is a challenge. I think the distinguished guests, Prof. Apara and Mr. Felix has clearly showed that really they read our mind, what we should do in the future, what is expected from us, and so on. So let me take you through the agricultural engineering prior to 2006. Normally, this curriculum in that particular period before 2006 were completed in Howard College, meaning both the second year and the third year, the students used to stay at Howard College, and then they used to take a combination of modules from civil, mechanical, electrical, electronic engineering programs, and only they actually used to move to Pietermaritzburg campus in their final year, where they were exposed to agricultural engineering specific modules, and also contact academic staffs with specialization in agricultural engineering. So the challenges with old agricultural engineering is actually can be summarized in these three ways. It was limited. The student used to have limited exposure because they will stay at Howard College both in second year and third year. Then they will come to Pietermaritzburg in their fourth year. So that gives them a limited time to acquaint themselves, learn from academic staffs with specialization in agricultural engineering, and so on. Insufficient time, less time for practical application. They have learned a lot at Howard College in terms of civil engineering, mechanical, thermodynamics, the design methods in civil engineering, several of those modules. But when it comes to applying that in solving a problem in agriculture, they used to have 1 year. And then the need for integration is another challenge that were there. Lacks progressive knowledge building, actually. I am specifically talking in terms of building actually practical knowledge within more practical aspects of the discipline of agricultural engineering. So due to this, there were an expectation outcomes of the proposed changes that were introduced in the current curriculum we have. So that is actually a greater emphasis on design and the problem solving, like expanding irrigation design activities, learning, and many other modules, broader coverage of fields like food science, food principles, food processing principles, food unit operations, and some aspects of the contents of the exit level modules were a bit expanded and improved exposure and the contact time, because the students are actually allowed to come in their third year of study rather than staying at Howard College. They were now allowed to come to Pietermaritzburg, and that gives them actually improved exposure to and also contact time. But generally, the central point is that the students relocating both third and fourth year studies do their third year and fourth year studies in Pietermaritzburg campus in a new curriculum. So the opportunity for specialization widened. What does that mean? Agricultural engineering is in food engineering, it is in machinery, it is in irrigation engineering, in soil water conservation and management, in environmental control, structure, and so on and so forth. So once they move actually this side earlier in third year, then they actually get to have that advantage. Then enhanced curriculum focus were achieved in the new and the current curriculum. Now, I will take you through the modules quickly, year by year. So this is the first year. These modules are actually taken. It is common to all engineering fields in UKZN. So the modules actually work for civil, for mechanical, for electrical, electronic, chemical, agricultural engineering. The advantage is we are actually exposed to the same standard of learning in first year with the rest of the engineering field, which is a good thing. So in here, the thing is that we have physics, we have mathematics and chemistry, which are important. And the weighting here, as you can see, physics modules contributed to 16 credits each semester. First semester, second semester, 32 credits. And in terms of mathematics, students were exposed to 32 credits each semester, which is 64 credits. Then the chemistry modules provided 8 credits in each semester, which is 16 credits. So it's a good thing. We have a lot of mathematics. For engineering discipline, mathematics are important. And we do have actually get some more advanced mathematics at a later year also in third year, which is a good thing. So in second year, agricultural engineering, the first semester, we have these modules. They are actually our students still takes these modules in Howard College. As you can see, many of the modules are related to civil engineering, as you see. The thermodynamics from mechanical engineering, civil engineering, geotechnical, electrical, electronic. If they be able to complete this module at Howard College, that's well and good. But alternatively, if they don't be able to complete that, we have our alternative modules that they can do when they are back at Howard College. Two of the modules, which are normally delivered to as a minor substitution for electrical, electronic engineering. So in second year, again, more of civil engineering modules where we have fluid mechanic fluids, environmental engineering or environmental management, structure 2, structural design 1, all civil actually engineering modules, design method mechanical, and heat movement, which is thermodynamics from mechanical engineering. So now we can summarize this module in this. Then our students, while they are at Howard College in their second year, they are exposed to some engineering course, like fundamental knowledge for all disciplines. And electrical engineering, electrical electronic module actually speaks to this. Agricultural and environmental engineering, which is a civil engineering module, in fact, but it speaks to agriculture and environmental related, concepts. Mechanical engineering, heat, movement, thermodynamics, actually in a proper naming, then design methods, which comes from mechanical engineering, civil engineering, structures, and geotechnical. So now they are ready then to come to Pietermaritzburg campus. So here we have a core modules, which includes introduction to physical hydrology, which is a core module here. We have mathematics module here, and introduction to computer science, and so on. So it is, we have another actually set of core modules, but normally we can have a 24 credit here. They must take all, but 24 credits of these modules can be taken at third year, and the remaining 2 modules, which add up to 24 credit hour, is normally taken in their 4th year of study. Then we have core modules again during second semester, third year, which includes mathematics and structural analysis and design, which is more focused on agricultural structures related. Economics here, cultural economics, very important actually, and statistics and design, undergraduate seminar in preparation for their 4th year design project. So here we have the students has to select 16 credit. These are more of agricultural engineering specialization courses. They are specialization courses. If one needs to specialize in areas of water, then one can go for soil and water, applied hydrology, and leave out the rest. If environmental control or precision agriculture, they may go for environmental control for biological commodities or electrical application or energy related. So we are now somewhat specializing our students. So generally, in first semester, more foundational modules, including hydrology and calculus or mathematics, actually involved in their third year. And in second semester, more advanced modules focusing on analysis and statistics because of introduction to statistics there. And some electives, which are actually enabling the learners to a kind of specialize in different fields of agricultural engineering because of their selection of a certain modules. So in 4th year, we do have actually core modules. The design project is very core. It is 32 credit module, a year, whole year module. We have EXA portfolio and hydrological design, workshop course, irrigation engineering, and the power and the traction. So the other elective modules we have is from agriculture, including field crop management, very important, because we didn't see actually modules from plant science. As agricultural engineer, remember, we are more of biological engineer. We are designing for life materials, they respire. So such a modules are very important. Most of the time, our students select field crop management, which is a good module. So in 4th year, again, you might have already seen this list. So they have selected 16 credit actually in their third year. And in here, they are required to select at least 24 credits. Say if one takes applied hydrology, go for applied hydrology, then they can add sustainable energy, which it add up to 24 credits. So 16 credits third year, 24 from elective in fourth year, then that is good. Then additional electives from other disciplines, we have post-harvest technology, computer programming, GIS, and pedology. This soil science related module, all are interesting, but I think in most cases due to technology, they opt to go for computer programming or GIS. In most cases, GIS is the most preferred module. Right, now, overview of agricultural engineering modules. We focus in hydrological design, EXA outcome portfolio in fourth year, workshop course in fourth year, design project, which is of 32 credits, is very comprehensive. One can only know the weight of this as a student at the end of the year once they are through with this. It is very intensive, very intensive. Lot of things taking place, technical and the management side and so on. Then finally, we do have elective courses, a selection of courses allowing specialization from the fourth year elective courses, which is around 24 credit. So diverse career paths in agricultural engineering can be maybe displayed in this particular schematic diagram. You can see our graduates can go to government and the regulatory agencies. Some may go for consulting. Are we going for consulting for irrigation design, structure design, dam design, and so. From the speaker, as you have seen, Prof. Linus Opara, mentioning to diversify our interest, we can go to biotechnological fields and so on. So research and development, food processing, packaging, industries, agricultural equipment design and manufacturing field industries, irrigation and water resource management, precision agriculture, and agricultural structures and environmental control is very important area to explore for our graduates, and renewable energy fields. Now, changes to the agricultural curriculum, engineering curriculum should respond to the technological changes now. So we are now at the stage of, I think, last year with the project we have received from Royal Academy, 7 institutes, 2 industry, and 1 university from UK had been actually engaging in a series of workshops looking out actually to our curriculum. We have identified some modules that we have to attend to. So in the next here, you will see how do we respond. Then we have identified areas where our modules should be actually upgraded, including, say, for instance, digital technology for sustainable agriculture. We don't shy away from this, and this is actually speaking to AI. It is speaking to Internet of Things. It speaks to all those artificial intelligence components, machine learning, computer vision, and so. So we are interested actually planning to add this module, and also precision agriculture in various areas. It can be in greenhouse, or it can be in any area where precision systems are required. Then research methods is something we need to also consider. Process optimization in agriculture and environment, and also to make aware students on how to go about entrepreneurship and business management, the business development and the management, and so on and so forth. So I think the issue of including digital technology is central to our next move. to change our curriculum a bit without much delay. So I think that is all the brief on our curriculum. You have seen it is being evolving, and it is always dynamic. And I didn't mention also our interest to change some of, piece and the pieces of content in the final year or exit level modules to attend to the need for incorporation of digital technology in our curriculum. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Just a reminder, the pens that were distributed during registration are also a USB, and you will find that there's a presentation, all of them are loaded in there, and there's a special 75th year anniversary publication that's also there. Even the videos and everything else we'll be finding there. So right now we will go for our dessert. We are allocated 15 minutes. So after that, we come back to finalize. Thank you.
You go like. It's my professional. Really nice. You know, I can still the only that location. So you can take it from there. Yeah, in the back. It's good. It's good. Oh, first I'm gonna. Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Wow, that's very good. Like that? Yeah. Aha.
Um, 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes, if you can get ready. It's time for dessert. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Attention, attention, time for dessert. I think there should be an award today for the dress code. Yeah? Dress code award today? Yeah. Who's winning? I think. I was just saying, I think there should be one. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Thabo Mabunza, a graduate of AgEng from UKZN. Just a little story before I finish my intro. Sometime in 2004, I got lost during a registration period, and I stumbled to Prof. Smithers, who was at the time very desperate to fill up the list of students. He looked at my results and he said, "Young man, follow me." And that's how I ended up here. Okay, cut the long story short. Thank you, Prof, for that day. I appreciate it. I am the immediate past president of the South African Institute of Agricultural Engineers, a very special time in my life. We've made a lot of good progress for the agricultural engineering space during that time, something that I'm very proud of. I'm also a managing director at Westphalia, quite exciting times, not necessarily what I'm strong at, because I used to be not excellent, but a good engineer. So I'm still trying to flex my muscle in the leadership space. So I've been tasked to lead this session. It's really a dessert because I will be quick. Not only because it's a quick session, just because I'm also tired. And I believe we also overrun, right? So the first session that we have is as we continue to celebrate the 75th annual anniversary of UKZN AgEng, is to celebrate the UKZN engineering department with a specific focus on the alumina and their impact into South Africa and Africa at large. We will have the previous HODs, Prof. Smithers, Prof. Scholes, Lane, and Wagner to come and give us some case studies of alumni that they have engaged with and their impact into society. This is a pre-recorded session, so please pay attention, and I promise it will be very quick.
Tonight we are celebrating 70 years of graduating agricultural engineers and their successes and impacts, both in South Africa and internationally. Given that we have more than 400 agricultural engineering graduates to date, we are going to highlight some of their roles and impacts both in South Africa and abroad. So please do not feel offended if you do not feature. It is simply impossible to focus on each one of you and the good work that you are doing. Some of our graduates are founders, CEOs, directors, and managers of engineering consultancies, engineering service suppliers, and NGOs. For example, James Brody is the founding and managing director of an aerial survey, remote sensing and agricultural engineering consultancy, which was a pioneer when it was established. Chikondi Kurira is currently the CEO of Engineers Without Borders in South Africa, and Ryan Giles is CEO of Leapfrog International and was a top 10 visionary business leader in 2024. Traditionally, national and provincial departments of agriculture and other state entities have provided engineering service delivery to farmers and have also provided excellent training for candidate engineers. So it is good to see experienced agricultural engineers such as Ipeleng, James, and Nkosinati stepping into these roles. A number of graduates have served as heads of agricultural engineering departments and research groupings, both locally and internationally. An exceptional example of this is Eric Schmidt, who served as the head of agricultural engineering at the South African Sugar Research Institute, and then as director of the National Centre of Engineering and Agriculture in Australia. Another graduate who's made his mark internationally is Alan Hansen, who rose through the ranks to professorial level and served as head of department at the University of Illinois in the USA. Some of our alumni have not pursued careers in mainstream agricultural engineering. Two examples are Tim Murray, who is a prominent sugarcane farmer and has played many leadership roles in the South African sugar industry, and Patrick Furness, who pursued a career outside of engineering. This goes to show that agricultural engineers can do anything. Alumni have developed many innovative solutions and designs for industry. Graduates who have risen through the ranks and are flying high in industry include Thabo Mavunsa, who's Managing Director at Westphalia Fruit, and Alistair Harris, who's Group Head of Agriculture at Ilova. These alumni have facilitated and continue to develop and advance the adoption of new precision agriculture technologies in their industries. Many of our graduates have excelled in leading and managing agricultural production enterprises, including the sugar, forestry, and fruit production industries. A number of our alumni have served and continue to serve as president and council members of the South African Institute of Agricultural Engineers, and have contributed to the founding and support for the Pan-African Society of Agricultural Engineers. Agricultural engineers from UKZN are making their mark globally to connect the living world of plants, soil, water, and animals with the technology of engineering using systems, structures, and machines. Thank you.
Told you it's gonna be a dessert. Thank you very much. One more.
As I guess coming to the end of my career as an agricultural engineer at the university, and having spent probably most of my working life at the university, I probably was a reluctant academic. But I think the thing that inspired me was that I see the huge potential for agricultural engineering, and I've spent probably a career trying to build that and to grow it. And it's been rewarding to look back and to see that growth. We're still nowhere near we would like to be, and that's part of the endowment that we're establishing, is we want to continue growing. But at the same time, it's really gratifying to see the graduates that you produced and the impact that they've had in society and in industry, and the levels that they've reached. And I think that really has been the turning point for me, is really having a look at the graduates and what they've achieved, and where they've made significant contributions, not only nationally but also internationally. So that's been really, really rewarding.
My overall experience starting at UKZN was that it provided me with a unique perspective regarding agricultural engineering and the uniqueness of this area of engineering that leverages knowledge and application of a broad range of engineering to solve global problems. Finally, I want to mention the great impact that Poddy Meiring and Peter Lyon had during my time at UKZN, and I remain very grateful for their guidance and encouragement. I believe the time I spent at UKZN provided a valuable foundation for my continued teaching, research, and outreach at the University of Illinois.
I suppose a lot of my career has been involved in trying to turn research, innovation into commercially viable solutions. Joining the dots, looking at what's changing, what's the outcome, what's the implication, has really stayed with me. Also like to honor some people who've, I think, had a good influence on me and especially on my career. First being Roland Schulze. I've worked with many exceptional people internationally and in different organizations, but I think Roland really stands out. He's a truly inspirational leader. The other person is Peter Lyon. The unique privilege of being supervised by Peter Lyon for Power and Machinery Masters, and then by Roland Schulze for a water PhD. Another person who I think had a good influence on me, who also was part of the staff back then, was Eric Schmidt. I'd just like to say that those times back at university, I think had a really long-lasting and a valuable impact on my career. I really learned how to think, how to do a lot of reading, how to ask critical questions, and how to really value collaboration and mentorship. It's been a journey of resilience and learning, of trying things and being resilient and having a vision of trying to make things better.
I enjoyed 22 great years practicing ag engineering in South Africa, initially in the government sector at Sadara, quite near where you're celebrating, in fact, then within the university as a research fellow and lecturer, before moving on to consulting engineering and spending some time at the South African Sugar Research Institute. My main focus has been on water resources, irrigation and precision agriculture. And these were great years, and ag engineering provided me a fantastic foundation for which I am grateful. My ag engineering degree provided a really solid technical and theoretical base, and being a small cohort in the faculty with a strong postgrad research focus also gave great skills in, I think, in system thinking and in continuous learning and improvement. Ag engineers have to be innovative and adaptable and meet with the needs of diverse people, and I think all of this from ag engineering gave me a great benefit in my 45 years as a practicing engineer, particularly working across many countries in Africa and South and Southeast Asia. It's therefore really appropriate to celebrate those 75 years. Ag engineering has left a legacy of many diverse people across the world and in South Africa itself. It's a legacy to the great people who taught there, who mentored us. I reflect on Professor Meyering and Professor Lyon and Mark Dent, Dr. Dent, Jeff Smithers, Professor Smithers, and in particular Professor Roland Schulze, who was my mentor in many ways in establishing my interest in water resources, engineering, planning and management.
I work for Ngeni Utukela Water as the Planning Services Manager. In the Planning Services Department, we have about 17 hydrologists and engineers, and we plan the organization's future infrastructure. We also consider the risk of non-supply from our water resources, and we also look at the future water resources for the company. If you consider the work that we do here, it's all about dams, water resources, pipelines, pump stations, and the diverse number of subjects that we undertook as agricultural engineers when we did our degree made it a very good profession for me to get into. I started as a planning engineer and then moved up to the planning manager post, but without the agricultural engineering background, I don't think it would have been as easy or successful for me to get where I've got now.
I'd just like to give some acknowledgement and my appreciation for the entire team at Ag Engineering. That would have been Prof. Meyering, who obviously we've missed for many years, Peter Lyon, Al Hansen, Prof. Roland Schulze, Mark Dent, and I think many others, including Kay Temple, who all assisted in what we did. Yeah, and the staff at Ukalinga, later up north, who we're missing and who I'd love to have shown what you see here. Paul Crooks, Tony, Kubus on the hydrology side. These people all had a great influence on the sort of diverse learning that we gained there. And of course the team that I worked with, Allegrini, who we lost unfortunately some years ago, we miss. And Alistair Fraser, Richard Haynes, who's actually a shareholder in the business that built this plant. And yeah, I have to express my admiration for the culture and the environment that these people all created, in which we learned to do things and where we achieved quite interesting research, and from which we've been able to do projects of this nature.
The agricultural engineering degree has been a good foundation for my career. I have gained technical skills, ability to problem solve, and also a manner of interaction towards problem solving, even in complex scenarios. The confidence gained, particularly in the final year, both in leadership and technical development, has helped me to have leadership roles. For example, I have been the National Vice President of the South African Institute of Agricultural Engineers for 2 terms. I'm currently serving as the branch chairperson in Mpumalanga. I advocate for diversity and inclusion in our field because I believe when people can engage, relate, and see themselves in the field of agricultural engineering, the more we will be relevant, impactful, and make a difference towards food security and development also of our country, particularly in the agricultural sector.
The structure of the agricultural engineering curriculum has equipped me with the necessary skills to tackle complex problems and challenges and is as relevant now as it was then. I am grateful that I have been surrounded and supported by people, especially the staff, who saw my potential and my enthusiasm for research and academia. They guided me in the right direction, which afforded me the opportunities. In hindsight, I never imagined that I would one day become the first female agricultural engineering lecturer at UKZN. It is a milestone that reflects the evolving face of the profession with growing inclusivity and diversity. The responsibility has now been passed to the present and future generations to build upon the foundations laid by our predecessors and uphold the agricultural engineering legacy. The future holds even greater promise for agricultural engineering, both in South Africa and internationally, as the discipline continues to expand its relevance and impact.
Wow. Thank you, Prof. Smithers, Prof. Lane, Prof. Schulz, and Prof. Wagner for those case studies. As we continue to celebrate, I think now is an opportunity for both the people here in the room and online to also share their views on the success of this department or engineering. I hope the guys online can hear me. We don't have much time. I will have a floating mic here on the floor, but I would like to start by the guys online and see if they can spare 5 minutes and have their views. Do we have them on the screen? Can we put them on the screen? Right, now we can see the screen. Is there anyone online who would like to share something? 2 minutes? Otherwise, I will pick you. So there's no one online who want to say something. I think it won't be complete if we don't hear from someone there. Mpatso, I've picked you, sir.
Oh, thank you very much, Tabo. And thank you, everyone, for organizing this. Yeah, so I graduated from UKZN in 2013 with my master's. And ever since I've been in academics, so I've joined academics and I'm still teaching even up to now. And it's been very exciting. I'm in Malawi, so to say. And it's been exciting engaging with students, making an impact, seeing that they're really doing things out there in irrigation, soil and water conservation. And yeah, it's been a very rewarding sort of job. And over and above the finances, but just seeing that your students you've taught, they're really making an impact out there. It's really a great, it gives me a very great feeling. And seeing that, well, we're really putting things, contributing to the development of the nation. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mpatso. Can I get maybe 2 from
Hello.
the floor?
Can you hear me? Hello.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, Alan, we can hear you. Can you put your video
hear
on?
me? My name. Okay. Okay.
There we go.
All right. Sorry. Okay. You saw an earlier video of mine, but just thinking about the scope of agricultural engineering and certainly the impact it had on me was tremendous. And I'm retired from the University of Illinois in the US, and I moved there at the beginning of 2000, having spent almost 20 years at UKZN. And while I was in UKZN, that provided me with the roots to be able to expand my scope of impact for agricultural engineering. And so it was a very valuable time spent there at UKZN. And as I see what you've provided, what you presented in terms of the curriculum and all the impacts of it there, it really resonates with me in terms of what I experienced here in the US as far as, again, curriculum. I was sort of responsible for developing the curriculum for our program. One thing I did sort of wonder about and notice, we had quite a big emphasis on the biological component of engineering, so because we were agricultural and biological engineering. And obviously the biological part does synthesize somewhat with the agricultural side. And so it is quite important part of the whole picture for, well, maybe agricultural engineering as well. But one other area that I've sort of learned while I was at this university in the US was to think about, we tend to, as agricultural engineers, think of engineering in a much broader context, which is so important. So we don't just think about machinery, but we think of the impacts in terms of the environment, the economics, of course, but there are also social impacts that come into effect that need to be considered. So the context of the engineering is very important, and I believe agricultural engineering does a really good job of broadening its scope of impact out there. So I just wanted to say that, and it's just great to observe the 75th anniversary of the ag engineering there. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alan. Right. Can we have two more here on the floor? Senzo, do you have the floating mic?
Thanks. Hi. Okay, Brent Griffiths, 1998 that I finished my degree. Nothing's been mentioned about the softer side of things, the empathy that was shown. I wouldn't have my degree today if it wasn't for Prof. Line picking up that I had a neurodiverse issue, that I then went for counseling, etc., etc. And I was allowed an extra few minutes per hour because he noticed that I would finish half a paper and it would all be right, or 80% right. But I only got through half the paper, therefore I'd fail. And he picked that up. And because of that, I got my degree. So another man who's sitting at that table is Prof. Smithers. My master's when I started under Neil Leclerc, actually. And then I lost all my data. It was a part-time. I think, how many years did I take to finish that degree? Yeah, see the look on his face. But if it wasn't for Prof. Smithers standing in my corner, I wouldn't have graduated with my master's degree. So that side of things, yes, a great curriculum, I loved going to varsity there, but these guys had something else that looked after their students and made sure people got to where they needed to get to. So thank you very much.
Let's balance the equation. One lady, please. Yes. Just one lady. I'll pick you. We're just looking for a lady now. Come on, ladies. Are we, Prof, they're all engineers, so I can pick anyone. Yeah? No, but I want a lady, so I just want to confirm, are they all engineers? All of them? Or someone wants to help me pick, but we're looking for one lady. Where is the lady? Oh, you are picked, madam. You are picked. You have been picked. Let's hear from you.
I graduated undergrad B13. I then went on to do a master's and a bachelor card in across. Okay, sorry again. Robin Johnson, graduated undergrad 2013 and then went on to do a master's. And yeah, the opportunity that AgEng gave me was just really been amazing. I've gone to amazing places. I grew up on a farm, which is how I got into it. Did work experience with Alec Rennie, who many of you all know. And yeah, AgEng has just been an incredible opportunity. It allows you to be on site, as you all know, in the office. Yeah, amazing community. And I think what was really special was because our classes were so small, I can't believe how many people I know here today, how many people in the industry you know. Yeah, and it's just been a really good journey so far and hopefully many more years to come.
Thank you very much. Moving right along, just a quick reminder that this event has been accredited for CPT points, right? And EXA will, very delighted, say, if you can help me with the screen, I would like to showcase that QR code here. Right. So we have 2 minutes, all of us, to make sure that we fulfill the requirement by EXA by making sure that we evaluate this event, right? You can either use the QR code on the screen here or on your tables. So 2 minutes that I'll give to you guys so to ensure that we evaluate the event. Wait, it's time for the vote of thanks by Prof. Smithers. But maybe before I call him on, we have a special item on the agenda. I didn't know about it myself until 2 minutes ago. I would like to call in Prof. Schulze, and followed by Mr. Felix Renders to come and present this surprised item, which has everything to do with Prof. Jeff Smithers.
That's what I was told you.
Jeff, this one's for you. It's meant to be a surprise, and it comes from the staff of your department. And as the grandfather on the staff, they've asked me to read some things and say some things. It's in 2 sections. The first is a biography and then a dedication. Folks, Professor Jeff Smithers graduated with a BSc in Engineering, Agricultural Engineering degree, and MSc Engineering and PhD degrees from the former University of Natal. Initially, he worked as an engineer in the Directorate of Agricultural Mechanization of the Department of Agriculture. He joined the University of Natal in 1989 as Senior Research Fellow to work on Water Research Commission contracts in the hydrological field. After being employed on research contracts for more than 10 years, he joined the permanent lecturing staff as a senior lecturer in 2001. He was promoted to associate professor in 2002 and appointed as professor of agricultural engineering in 2004. He served as head of the School of Bioresources Engineering and Environmental Hydrology at the University of KwaZulu-Natal from 2002 to 2012. In 2019, he was appointed as the Umgeni Utugela Water Chair of Water Resources Research and Innovation, and he served as the Director of the Center for Water Resources Research since 2019. Jeff holds an adjunct professor appointment in the Center for Agricultural Engineering at the University of Southern Queensland in Australia, and also a global chair appointment at the University of Bath in the UK. Prof. Smithers is a registered professional engineer with EXA, is a fellow of the South African Institute of Agricultural Engineers, and currently serves on the National Council of the South African and the Pan-African Councils. He's a founding member of the Pan-African Engineers. He has a wide range of research interests, which include design and engineering hydrology, hydrological modeling, energy use, and efficiency in agricultural production systems. And he currently leads the National Flood Studies Program in South Africa. Jeff has supervised 14 PhD, 15 MSc and 17 MSc Eng and 17 MSc graduates to date, and he has authored 65 peer-reviewed journal papers, and in addition to that, 41 research reports and 19 consulting reports. He's been invited as a keynote speaker at both national and international conferences and has made more than 113 conference presentations. Jeff, that is about you as the professional. I'd like to add something about you as a person, and this comes again from the staff who have written this. A few words to Prof. Jeff Smithers on his retirement. There is no easy way, this is your staff, there is no easy way to celebrate and honor the retirement of a man who has served a profession so consistently and selflessly for such a long time. As a role model, Prof. Smithers is a shining example of integrity, profound work ethic, scientific rigor, and attention to detail, and efficient management of time and workloads. More than just a lecturer or supervisor, Prof. Smithers has been a remarkable leader,
elevating the standards of professionalism and care in all of the students and colleagues who got to interact with him. Jeff, no words can do justice to describe the strategic contributions you have made to the agricultural engineering department at UKZN, and to the many individuals who pass through these corridors on their way to becoming graduates. So from the staff of agricultural engineering at UKZN, we would like to express our most heartfelt gratitude. We appreciate the effort, the heart, the courage, the wisdom and compassion that is evident in everything that you do. The department has been richer, more influential, and remarkably more impactful by your presence. We hope today that you feel a strong sense of satisfaction and reward on your purposeful, bountiful, decorated, and wonderful career. We wish you lots of rest, satisfaction, peace, good health, and magical experiences for the years ahead. And this is from the staff of agricultural engineering. And folks, may I just end on a personal note? Jeff, I have been your lecturer, I have been your mentor, I've been your PhD supervisor, I've been your head of department, I've been your research colleague, and now, of course, you're my boss. But I have seen you grow and mature as a leader and as a person. And for that, I'm truly thankful, and we all are truly thankful. And Jeff, I hope that when you are retired one day, you will be refired and carry on with your work. Thank you.
Sorry, just one more before you join. You can join. It's actually really sorry. Wait. Yes, okay, beside. Just one more.
Jeff, before you go to have a seat, the South African Institute of Agricultural Engineers would also give a special gift to you. Unfortunately, the gift haven't arrived yet. So the envelope contains the voucher for that present that they will give to you, and they wish you all the best for your future endeavors. And thank you so much what you did for the South African Institute for Agricultural Engineers over so many years. We have been together on many council meetings, and it was always Jeff that keep us on the narrow road. So Jeff, thank you very much, and we wish you a happy retirement. Maybe the profs, can they also come? Everybody, Peter,
Especially the president.
And the profs.
You can Thank you. This was a nice welcome.
Please, you as well.
So can you on that?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Wait. We just got news that there's one more surprise, right? I can't promise that this is the last one, but we have one more. Okay. This will be presented to Prof. Smithers and Prof. Opara. It's an award from PASE, and our president will come and present it for us.
Prof. Line and Prof. Opera, this comes from Mike Verbrode, who basically wants to thank you for all your contributions for setting up PASE and for making it the institute that it is. So come up, Jeff, firstly, to come and accept this. PASE Fellowship Award. South Africa. I have never done this before. Oh, it's about on the neck. Sorry. Thank you. Can you hold this? Oh, okay. Okay, and Laura, I know how to do this now.
Dress me up.
Dress you up. There you go. Okay, can you point it this time? Okay. Before you leave, can Prof join? Prof Smithers.
Jeff, come.
Paparazzi request you.
Bring your dress.
Bring your whole dress.
Dress out.
And I get photos. Bring these notes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pranesh, and both the professors. I think we are now at the end. So I would like to say thank you for everybody that made time, though we did overrun significantly. I was hoping you would rest, but there is one more item for Prof to do the vote of thanks and closure. And from me to you, everybody have a safe journey. Thanks.
wow. If I'm a bit overwhelmed, please bear with me. This was really a surprise. I guess one thing I didn't cover in undergrad classes is getting your agenda. So I'm not sure if I should blame Michelle or I don't know who it is, but this is certainly very unexpected. So my grateful appreciation. Thank you all. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you all for being here. I would just like to extend a vote of thanks to a number of people, so please just bear with me. Firstly, to all of you, thank you for making the effort, for being with us. I've been here for 35 years, and this is the first time we've done it, and hope you're not going to wait for another 35 years until we get together. So please continue this tradition and keep that going on into the future. Just a quick round of thanks then. Prof. Mustafa, thank you very much for your attendance. Really appreciate you being here. Please also convey our thanks to the Dean of Engineering. He made a small contribution to this function this evening, so we really appreciate that. Thanks very much for that. I'm just thinking back, Felix, I think I met you in 1985 when I started working at Silverton. You were already a well-established engineer by then, leading us and guiding us. We really appreciated that. Silverton in those days, so that Silverton is now the Institute for Ag Engineers, up in what's now called the Institute for Ag Engineers. It was really a thriving hub of activity, lots of energy, lots of young engineers, and receiving really good training under the leadership of the late Professor Charles Crosby. And he was really charismatic and kept us on the narrow. So thanks very much for your inspirational talk, your global whiz through the world, and your time lapses. It's really good. Thank you very much. So students, that's not the example you need to follow. You don't need 150 slides for 15 minutes, but Felix pulled it off. So well done, Felix. Thanks for that. I think although we'd corresponded earlier, Linus, I think I might have met you for the first time in 2012 when you were CITR conference in Stellenbosch. So it was really good. We've walked quite a journey since then on all sorts of committees, International Association of Ag Engineers. It's really been good for you to be here. Given your status and your busy schedule, we really appreciate you being here. We really appreciated the message that you gave to us. I'm really glad we got that on tape, on video. So I think future generations need to look at that. And it certainly changed my perspective. You've heard me saying I'm really sad about all our graduates leave because we've got so many critical challenges to face here. But maybe we need to change that thinking and thinking about global engineers, and we can reverse that as well. So there's certainly plenty of challenges. So thank you very much for pointing those out and painting that path for us. We really appreciate that. Thank you. Steve Camp, thanks very much for joining us. So we're very happy that you could be with us. We know that the funds that you invest and we've invested are in good hands and going to be well managed. Please support that Ag Endowment. We'd appreciate that. I'd also like to thank the president of the South African Institute of Ag Engineers, Pranesh, and the council. It was really great that you guys synchronized your council meeting with us today and joined us in this celebration. So we really appreciate that. We also appreciate the administrative support and registration support that you've lent to us in running this event. So it's greatly appreciated. Senzo and Lindiwe, thank you very much. We're also very grateful to our session chairs, Pranesh, Tikondi, Ipeling, Tabo. I know we put you on the spot, so thanks very much. I know some of us flew in very late to come join us. I think Tabo is going to be very happy. He's not receiving any more emails from me about, are you coming? Why are you not coming? So I hope I didn't pressurize you too much. Apologies if I did. Can you please just come up, the session chairs? We'd just like to hand a small token of our appreciation to you. Session chairs, please come forward. Ashil, can you do the handover? Chikondi left. Okay, we'll get that to him. And then just starting to round off, thanks also to Selvin Pillay and his team from UKZN ICS for the audiovisual and the presentations, and to James and his team from Corporate Relations Division for the videography. As I said, I'm really glad that we've got this captured for future generations to have a look at and to have a look at the celebration that we had this evening. It was some time ago that I floated this idea with Professor Tilan Wokni about having a celebration. So thanks for your enthusiastic support for this. So it was really good that we had the internal support from the school to go ahead with this and from the discipline. However, when we got to planning the details, Tilan went off on sabbatical leave. I think you knew what was coming. So yeah. Yeah. So I'd really like to thank and acknowledge Dr. Ashil Juman for stepping in and leading us and keeping us on track. Thanks very much, Ashil, and to the rest of the team, the organizing team. So Ashil, Tilan, Alaika, Katazo, Natasha, Kasoun, and Christine from UKZN. We really appreciate all the hard work and assistance that you've given us, and we really appreciate that. Now, I'd in particular like to thank Christine. I think the rest of us are doing this as part of our job. Christine, I think what you put into this, how you've kept us on track, how you've been available after hours, over weekends when I'm desperate and I can't do something or I don't know how to do something. So thank you very much for that. Can you please come forward and accept a small gift of appreciation from us? This celebration has been particularly special for me for a number of reasons. I guess the surprise was really a surprise. So I'm still blown away. I haven't processed it yet, sorry. I think especially for me, and as somebody else has mentioned, to have my two undergrad lecturers here with us this evening, as well as the supervisors of my master's and PhD studies is really special. Roland and Peter, thank you for all your support and guidance over the years. You've been wonderful, and I'm really particularly blessed that you are with us tonight. And so thank you very much for that. I think it really is a unique occasion. I think Brent said the same thing. So really, really good. I think secondly, the launch of the Ag Engineering Endowment Fund. I'm really excited about this. I think it's something that we need to sustain. I have every confidence in the discipline of ag engineering growing to even greater heights than we've had in the future. We've got a really good staff complement. We've got lots of enthusiasm, lots of energy. And they're more than ready to tackle the real world challenges and to make an impact. So I really encourage you to support the endowment. I think thirdly, just to celebrate all the graduates, and I think as this has come clear, it's really rewarding to see what you've done, what you've achieved. And I admit, I think a lot of the marketing that we've done and trying to sell ag engineering at schools has been limited, has had maybe a limited effect. I think what you're doing has had huge effect. The doors you've opened, the heights that you've reached, the careers that you're following, the role models that you are making for future generations, I just think that's extraordinary. And I think that really has given us a huge impetus to continue growing this profession. So please keep up the good work. And we are really so proud of everything that you've achieved and everything that you're going to achieve in your future careers. So thank you very much for that. I guess this is the part that I'm not sure if I should say. I can see my wife shaking her head. So I guess I'm going to be in trouble, but maybe it's probably worth it. So finally, and this is something that I wasn't expecting. There's a cliche saying, behind every strong or successful man, there's a stronger woman. I'm certainly not strong, and I'm not sure that I've been very successful, but it's always been reassuring and comforting to have the support of my wife and family. Corrie has been there to support me through thick and thin, and has always been my pillar of strength and my refuge. So thank you for that. That's included being my admin assistant, proofreading and formatting my documents for consistency, writing VB codes to make models run and to make tedious tasks easy. So your love and support has been never ending. Much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Please travel safely. Thank you.
This does bring us to the end, but we're going to try and do a group video. A group photo. I'm not exactly sure how we're going to do it, but let's just try, right? So please don't leave. Let's try and get a photo with all of us in it together. Thank you guys very much. Cheers. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Please come in the front to join our group photo. Thank you.
Stefans, kan jy vorentoe kom asseblief?
Come.